It's Championship Sunday here from Canlan Ice Arena. We've got a 4-pack of championship games for you here this afternoon. My name's Aaron Shellen. My broadcast partner today is Matt Donnelly. And Matt, you weren't here yesterday. We had a full 15 hours of hockey here from Canlan. We saw some great hockey action, and today the teams will be playing for that ultimate prize, that championship, and we get started with the St. Jude Knights and Winter Club.
Yeah, I missed a lot of good hockey yesterday, but I'm happy to be here again today and see these championship games.
This is the Blue Tier 2 Championship. Winter Club and St. Jude are ready to get started here today. And this is a fun one because this is a 2-4 matchup as the top seed Chargers were eliminated and the third seed Wilmette was eliminated as well. St. Jude came in as the number 2 seed overall, 15-4-0 on the year, second place in this Blue Tier 2 division, while Winter Club was in fourth at 13-7, but none of that matters. They both play for the championship here today. Starting in goal for the St. Jude Knights, it's number 32, Ben Manprizio, and he was outstanding yesterday in the championship clinching game. He really kept his team in the game, and you see it right there on the doorstep. Manprizio shutting that near post. St. Jude offense struggled a little bit early, and Manprizio kept them in the game until this Knights offense could figure it out, and they would go on to the victory. And for Winter Club, it is Joey Nardone down in net to our left. Winter Club possessing the puck here early behind the nets. It's Dylan Santee. Now over into the corner where it's picked up by Jackson Boehm. Boehm throws it back to the point, kept in though by Winter Club. Bad angle shots, and holding that far post is Manprizio this time. And
you can tell that he's even having some good looks at it here early. Is Winter Club. But Manprizio's solid.
Yeah, you talk during baseball. There's another save made by Manprizio, and he sweeps it away. When you have a hitter in baseball who's really feeling it, you know, you talk about how the baseball looks like a beach ball, right? That's what it feels like right now for Ben Manprizio. That hockey puck looks like a big old beach ball, and the saves are coming easy. Now finally St. Jude able to at least relieve the pressure, get the puck out to center ice. On it here, Charlie Nutting. Nutting gains the red line, will dump. Going to get it's Jonathan Stanula, and he had the lone hat trick of the day here yesterday on the rink behind us, rink 1. First goal of the game for St. Jude yesterday, scored by Ann Peterson, shorthanded. And then the next 3 were all by number 19 in white, Jackson Stanula. So we're a couple minutes gone by here in the first period, no score. 4 games today. We've got this Blue Tier 2 matchup followed by the first white matchup. White Tier 1 will feature the Chicago Blues and the Pekin Dragons. The third game will be the Northwest Chargers against the Wilmette Junior Trevians in a White Tier 2 matchup. And then the fourth and final game of the day is White Tier 3, the Chicago Bulldogs against TBD. We still don't know who they're playing. Their opponents are actually playing right now. Boehm takes the shot from in between the circles. It's knocked down by Winter Club, and out with it comes, that's Emma Tennant.
And it looked like Tennant was able to get a good block there on that last shot.
Wearing the C for a reason. You sacrifice that body for your team. Play at center ice. Backhanded in. And chopped out by the Knights. Penelope Spoon tries to work it up the wall and can't. Now thrown forward by Haley Sepka. Back out to center ice, Boehm tries the self pass but gives it away. Here's Emma Tennant. Tennant takes the shot that'll go well wide. Far side Jackson Van Dyke with it now. It's pumped straight up in the air, comes out to the neutral zone. And back to chase it down is George Wilson for Winter Club.
And it seems like Winter Club at this point is just controlling all of the meaningful possessions early in this game.
Yep, they have controlled the offensive possession, but this is how things started for St. Jude yesterday as well. And they ended up walking away with a pretty convincing victory as Bolam tries to snake through the defense and can't. Puck is down deep in that near corner. With the large contingency of Winter Club fans here, you'll just have to take our word for it that that puck is in that corner. Now Ethan Manprizio gets knocked down along the far half wall, back to the point, and kept in for the moment by Colton Gouzier. It's flipped up over the head of Nardone into the near corner. Battle along the boards here. You got about 6 players working for the puck. It's eventually dug out by Van Dyke. Van Dyke tries the backhand wraparound through the paint. Back up the wall again. And kept in there by Gouzier. Gouzier throws it towards the net. The bouncing puck goes wide. Van Dyke over there with Camden Berry for Winter Club. And now Winter Club tries to get the puck up and out, and they finally do. Relieves that pressure a little bit, but Ethan Manprizio will take it here with some space down the near side. Manprizio gains the red line and dumps. Teddy Perry for Winter Club up the wall. Scaled back deep by St. Jude. Puck behind the net, thrown along the far wall. Swept out by Tommy Donovan. Stanula, and you see the speed from Jonathan Stanula, and he gets bumped up against the boards. Manprizio, far face-off dot, backhands it out, finds Deenahan. Deenahan up to Charlie Nutting. Nutting to his right, tries to cut back, but there's a shot that goes wide.
And that was a nifty little move there. If he was able to connect on it, that would have been pretty sweet.
Back into his own zone. If I sound less than enthusiastic, I'm not. This is just what my voice sounds like after
You've called a lot of hockey lately.
15 hours on air yesterday. I am thoroughly loving my time here as Paulie Dillon back for the puck with Deenahan on his back. Ooh, right out in front. Almost had it poked away. Backhanded through some traffic. 2 Knights were right there. Neither of them were expecting the puck. And now Winter Club skates out. This is Tagliaferro. Tagliaferro one-on-one with Bolam. Tagliaferro to his left. Good stick work by Jackson Bolam to knock the puck away. Now it's cleared back to the near point. Ian Rattay throws it into the body of Tagliaferro. Oh, excuse me, that was Dylan Santi, who didn't know where the puck was. Santi looks a little shaken up, and now Stanula with some speed. Stanula takes it wide, swept away by Rattay. Bolam near point. Bolam gets absolutely leveled by Dylan Santi, and Santi's going to go to the box. That's going to be at least 2 minutes, as that's not allowed at this age level. I think we saw Dylan Santi kind of bending over behind the play. I wonder if he and Bolam got into it behind the play, and then Santi was trying to extract a little bit of revenge there.
And it looked like he just came in from the side and just really handed it to him there to put him on the ice, and obviously can't do that at this age.
Santi's still struggling. He's struggling to get into the penalty box. But he'll sit for at least 2. Yeah, he came from one end of the ice to the other to lay that hit on Jackson Bolam. But the first real opportunity here goes to the St. Jude Knights. A 2-minute power play with 5:50 left in the first period.
Maybe his mindset was just early in the morning on Championship Sunday. Gotta establish the mindset. Let them know we're here.
Show some physicality, take that penalty, and say, hey, we're not going to back down. Sepka throws it forward, looking for Peterson. Doesn't work. Sepka gets it back, and she'll clear it in deep. Teddy Perry will go and get it for Winter Club. Throwing it around. Far corner, kept it over there by Penelope Spoon. Now Ryan Barrel pins it up against the back wall, trying to kill some time. Shoved around the near wall, kept in at the near point by Brooks Knight. Knight stick handles, throws it out in front. The one-timer by Spoon. She loses her stick. The puck is deflected in the corner. Peterson has it taken away. It's cleared up and under the stick of Brooks Knights. Back to get it will be Bolam with a minute left on this power play. Bolam with some space, skates up the far side, now cuts back to his left, onside. The shot goes wide, dents the end boards. Tommy Donovan for Winter Club, or excuse me, that's number 8, Ian Rattay, net 88. It's 1-8, not 2. It's Ian Rattay along the near wall with 4:30 left. Bolam at the near point, he'll rip the shot, the tip, ooh, just wide. Almost getting a stick on that was Jackson Van Dyke. That puck is loose by the far post, still loose now into the near corner. And we're gonna have a penalty called here on, I think it's gonna go on St. Jude for interference. So that'll do it for the power play. We'll skate 4 skaters to a side for 21 seconds, and then it'll be about a minute 40 power play for Winter Club.
And both teams have had some pretty good opportunities at the net early in this game. More chances than you might expect in the first period, but they've been able to get a few pucks on goal there, and some pretty good play by each of the goaltenders as well.
I've always been, this is my 5th year doing youth hockey, and I have always been impressed by the level of goaltending at this level. The reaction time of some of these kids is pretty darn special.
Oh, yeah. And the training techniques, I'm sure, as science develops, getting that, you know, hand-eye coordination and reaction time a little bit quicker.
It's also positioning. You know, you learn early, especially goalies at the younger age, like at your 8U and then your squirt level. You see that strategy is stay down. Don't give away ice level. You know, keep that stick level with the ice. Keep your pads down. If you get beat up in the top corner, it happens. But better get beat up there than let a puck just slide past you.
Right.
Ooh, that's thrown off Manprizio's left leg and comes out. Power play now for Winter Club, a minute 8. Scaled behind the net. Stanula will be on it for the Knights. Back to the point, Rattay. Rattay cross ice. Shot through the deflection. Ooh, underneath a couple of sticks. Tommy Donovan all alone at that near post. Now Kennett takes the shot through. That puck is into the pads of Manprizio.
And he's just doing a fantastic job eating up all those pucks and shooing them away for his defenders.
Isaac Kennett, the shot out, the pass, the rebound, another save made by Manprizio. There was a lot of open ice there for Winter Club. That was Tagliaferro. Tagliaferro again. Hands on his head as they can't figure out Manprizio here. 19 seconds left on the power play. Rattay half wall. Tagliaferro towards the goal, knocked down. Tagliaferro gets it back, pushes it far side. Donovan back to the point. Paulie Dillon, now Rattay, top of the near circle. Throws it through, deflected down. Tagliaferro into the body of Ben Manprizio, who covers up. This is following a very similar script to yesterday. Ben Manprizio on his head early, keeping his team in the game.
Yeah, and he's doing it all. It could very easily be 2 or 3 to nothing already with the amount of chances that Winter's been able to have here, but Manprizio holding strong.
Power plays up, so we're back to 5 to a side with 2 minutes left in the period, and Peterson shoveling it forward. Penelope Spoon races for the puck with Ryan Barrel. Spoon gets there, throws it through the crease. No one on the other side, though. Rylan Flaherty will send it all the way down, and Manprizio's forced to make the stop. Now Bolam with a minute 45 left. Bolam snakes through the defense. Jackson Bolam to his left. Bolam near circle, Bolam deep. Bolam drives the net, circles around. Bad angle, shot into the body. The puck is tucked in by Ann Peterson, and St. Jude takes a 1-0 lead.
And that was just a great opportunity of putting the puck on the net and then benefiting from that rebound. Once you get that back, you're able to put it right back in. And all of a sudden, here we have the Knights, after being defensive juggernauts here early on, now have a 1-0 lead.
Well, for my broadcast partner yesterday, Joe Williamson, he He gave Ann Peterson a nickname. He said her name sounds like she's an author, so he started calling her the writer or the author, and we said, well, she's going to author up a shorthanded goal yesterday. She did score a shorthanded goal, so the author has got a goal in each of the last two for the Knights.
I like that name for her. She's able to write it up, make it work.
Yes, she did. A shorty yesterday, a goal here today to break the ice. It's 1-0 St. Jude with 1:18 left in the period.
And that also just goes to show the impact that good goaltending can have. Like you were saying earlier, Aaron, you get those early stops, and then boom, just like that, you're able to drive the puck all the way down and get a little advantageous on a few of these opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it a couple of times. This is playing out exactly like yesterday's game did. St. Jude was defensive, and tipped in there by Jackson Van Dyke. Right off the faceoff, 2 goals in about 30 seconds for the Knights. This one, Van Dyke makes it 2-0.
And if you're Winter Club here, you're going to have to stop the bleeding pretty soon. This could get ugly fast, as St. Jude has been able to, get 2 pucks on goal now and able to get them off the faceoff back into the net.
And when I tell you, Matt, since you weren't here yesterday, this is following yesterday's script. In yesterday's game, the Knights scored 2 goals in about 20 seconds. They got 2 goals in about 30 seconds here today.
Similar juice that they were cooking with yesterday, I suppose.
Ian Rattay up through center ice now. He'll come through the defense. Rattay to his right, gets taken down, and Winter Club will get a power play out of it. Tagliaferro out in front, and still not touched up. We got a couple of players in the corner. Dillon touches the puck, but we'll have a power play there. So 46 seconds left. Draw to the left here of Ben Manprizio. Near point, Dillon loses it. Potential breakaway here for William Erickson. Erickson stops at the near circle. He takes the shot. The save is made by Nardoni. Excuse me, I think, yeah, that's still Nardoni in goal. Or Nardone in goal, excuse me. 29 seconds into the neutral zone. Knight now for St. Jude. Behind his own net. Down to 16 seconds. Thrown back to the near point, but there's nobody there, and that will come out to the neutral zone. Winter Club clearing it in, but we'll have an offsides with 7.7 seconds left. Minute 21 left on the power play. St. Jude 2 goals in about 30 seconds. Jump out to a 2-0 lead here in period 1. Tagliaferro is not going to be able to pull the trigger prior to the end of the period. And that is how the first 13 will end. 2 quick goals by St. Jude. We'll send it to the second, up 2-0. goals by Ann Peterson and Jackson Van Dyke in about a 30-second window gave the Knights a 2-0 lead, and they'll be shorthanded for the first minute 14 here of period 2.
And that was especially impressive from St. Jude there. They were on the defensive for most of the first half of that first period, and then all of a sudden they were able to get a couple quick goals and get the momentum going, and now starting the second period off to a good start.
On their heels for sure in that first period, but an Ann Peterson goal yesterday gave them a 1-0 lead. An Ann Peterson goal today gave them a 1-0 lead. The puck's in the corner. Juliana Turborg, that's out in front, and it comes loose. Shot through some traffic. That hit Turborg in the shoulder, goes into the near corner. Now Bolam behind the net. Self-pass by Jackson. He'll fire it up the wall, kept in at the point by Rattay. A puck sitting out in front. There's a shot that goes wide by Dhaliwal. Ryder Dhaliwal all alone out in front, just missed that far post. And we're gonna have another penalty called on St. Jude for the trip. It'll be Jackson Stanula going for taking down Ian Rattay. So for 24 seconds, Winter Club will have a 2-skater advantage, which is no guarantee of success. We saw, I want to say, at least 5 or 6 two-man advantages yesterday. Not a single goal scored on a 5-on-3.
And sometimes, depending on how they're positioning their offense, that shorthanded attack could be just as potent than a power play opportunity.
We'll see if Winter Club can get anything started here with that 2-skater advantage. Out in front, backhanded forward by Tagliaferro. Puck is still loose. It's pushed back to the point. That shot hits Manfrizio in the skates. It's right out in front, now near dot. Behind the nets with it, Tagliaferro. He'll cut back out in front. That puck is loose. Shot doesn't make it through. It's still loose in the paint, and finding it and diving on it through a tree of skates and legs is Ben Manfrizio, who continues to play fantastic goal for the St. Jude Knights.
I like that analogy you gave earlier in the first period about like a baseball hitter being able to hit the beach ball. He's got the biggest glove in the outfield right now. He can catch everything.
He's played really, really well as Rattay stick handles through. Rattay takes the shot and he scores! Ian Rattay makes it 2-1 on the power play. Well, that was huge for Winter Club, Matt. They needed that goal, and they beat Manfrizio blocker side about halfway up to make it 2-1.
And it seems like it was about time that their aggressive attack early in the period was going to pay off. They've been getting some good looks, and now it was just that time for them to get one in the back of the net officially.
Well, we got a hockey game here in Romeoville. 2-1. St. Jude with the lead. This is for the Blue Tier 2 Championship. Van Dyke to his right. He's got one of the 2 goals. It's deflected wide. Talma and Erickson battle. Pushed over far side where Dhaliwal will play it. Pushes it up the wall, kept in at the point. Shot through. It's saved over there by Nardone. Now Talma. Dhaliwal far half wall, not able to get it out. Kept in nicely by St. Jude. Right back in and into the body of Joey Nardone. Winter Club trying to work the puck up that far wall, but St. Jude doing a really nice job of keeping at that far point, getting a couple shots in on goal.
And that was a very good play there for Winter Club, as it appeared that Ryan Barrell was actually screening his goalie a little bit there, but he was able to suck that one in and push it out.
Yeah, you saw Barrell stick his hand up there at the last minute to try to knock the puck down. If he does, that might go 5-hole, but fortunately for Nardone, he didn't touch it. Now the other way, Bolam will race for the puck with Emma Tennant. It's Bolam throwing the puck around far side, and it does come out to center ice. Bolam, the self-pass off the wall, nice feed. Trying to dish it forward to Erickson, goes behind the net. Erickson backhands it out in the paint. Now over in the corners, Colton Gouzier backhands it behind the net, Van Dyke. into the near corner now where Emma Tennant throws it up the wall. Bolam throws it right back in. Van Dyke off the back of the net. Camden Berry back to the point, kept in there. William Schreiber is not able to get his shot through, and Winter Club will skate onto it and come through the neutral zone. This is Isaac Kennett. Dumps deep. Bolam is there for St. Jude. 9.5 minutes left in the second. 2-1. St. Jude Knights with the lead. Knights gain the red line and dump. It's Charlie Nutting. Jackson Stanula, first one on it for St. Jude. Gets knocked down from behind, and Camden Berry is going to go for a cross check. Be a power play here for St. Jude. And there's the whistle. Pretty clear. That cross check right in the lower back, right in front of the officials, going to get called every single time.
Yeah, just getting a little bit too aggressive there, and again, unfortunate for him that he was right in front of the official there. But again, that's going to get called 99 out of 100 times, I'd say.
Power play for the Knights. 9:12 left in the middle frame. Nutting wins the draw. Knight's shot goes wide of the far post. Nutting tries to throw it out in front for Stanula. That doesn't work. Satera, Evie Satera in the corner. Or Patrick Satera, excuse me. Back behind the nets, Tagliaferro tries to stick handle up the wall and can't. Nutting gets knocked down. Satera loses it to Tagliaferro, up the wall but not out. Manprizio dumps it deep. Given away there, Satera back at the point, Manprizio. Now into the near corner. Patrick Satera, it's thrown around far side. Ethan Manprizio overskates it, gets back and plays it, but they don't know where it is. It's taken here by Dylan Santi. Santi trips over a stick, and I don't think we're gonna have a call on that one. Satera over to the far wall. And now Stanula with some speed, kicks it to his stick. Stanula into the attacking zone, cuts to his left, gets cut off by Tagliaferro. Knight keeps it in at the points. Opposite corner, Satera now with 38 seconds left on the power play. Satera right through the paints, that bouncing puck. Stanula near corner. Nutting behind the nets. Stanula tries to throw it out in front. Satera's all alone at that back post, but the Knights not able to work it to him, and now up the wall is Ian Rattay, goal scorer for Winter Club. To his right, swept away by Bolam, gets it back, has two skaters on his left, throws it in on goal, sticked away by Ben Manprizio. Bolam whacks that back into the near corner. And out with it is Ann Peterson. Peterson with a potential breakaway. Peterson in, Peterson shoots! And I think that hit the mask of Nardone and hopped up over the crossbar.
That was a good idea by her, trying to go a little upstairs on that one and just able to get a little piece of that to deflect it behind the net.
Power plays up. We're under 7 minutes left in the second. Spoon has the puck right at the blue line. It's kept in by Winter Club, though. Dump deep. Isaac Kennett will race back for it, but Jackson Bolam gets there first. Bolam tries the self-pass, but Kennett takes it away. Bolam bumps into him. Now behind the net, Schreiber. Spoon backhands it to the far point, kept in by Teddy Perry. And now Bolam in the corner for the Knights. Bolam able to relieve the pressure by clearing it out. Ryan Barrel back to the neutral zone, finds Talma. Spoon drops it for Bolam. Bolam goes blue line to blue line. Winter Club will take possession here. Barrel feathers it forward for Flaherty. That pass doesn't work. Schreiber gets cut off the red line. Spoon. Erickson now with 5:50 left. Erickson gains the blue line, throws it up over the head of Joey Nardone into the corner with it. Flaherty for Winter Club. That puck's kept in at the point. No, it is not. It came out to the neutral zone. So we'll have a face off with 5:39 left in the second period. St. Jude hanging on to a 2-1 lead. Knights have it here. Ethan Manprizio up the wall. Gets it back. Kept it at the point by Winter Club. Put towards the goal. Out in front, one-on-one, off the post, and scores! Tommy Donovan got stopped by Manprizio on the first shot. The second shot hit the post. Third time's a charm for Donovan, and it's 2-2.
And that was a great job of just being persistent with the puck there, getting that one-on-one opportunity, and then after the initial miss, able to put it back, stay patient with it, and get the goal. We got a brand new game tied up at 2.
That we do. 2-2 here in the second. First 2 goals scored by St. Jude. Last 2 scored by Winter Club, and we are square. Donovan right back on the attack. Top of the near circle. Donovan takes the shot. Manprizio makes the save. The puck's loose in the paint. It's still loose. Couple of whacks at it by Senti. Comes over to the far side. Now back to the point. Puck's knocked away by Van Dyke, but Dillon. And Winter Club's offsides. 4 minutes, 54 seconds left in what's turned into a very, very good hockey game here in this one. Game 1 of 4 here this morning and this afternoon from Romeoville. We also have, in case you've got kids that are older or younger, we also have the Squirt Championships being broadcast from West Dundee right now, and then the Bantam Championships are being held in Darien, and we've got those games for you as well. So if you've got multiple kids playing hockey and they're not all here, you can find their games elsewhere. There's Stanula. Stanula cuts to his left, now back to his right. Stanula rips the shot, and the glove save made by Nardone. If you're Winter Club, you got to be very, very careful and cautious around number 19, Jonathan Stanula. Had a hat trick yesterday, has a ton of speed. You saw it in effect there as that's pushed back to the point, kept in by Gouzier. And now it's cleared out on the second attempt. Racing for the puck is Emma Tenetz, but Brooks Knight will get there first for the Knights. Swept out in front, that puck, ooh, that almost got past Manprizio at the near post. Far corner with it, 4 minutes left. Gouzier, far half wall, backhands it up and outs. Tenetz will throw it opposite corner, and Kennitz will go after it for Winter Club. Couple St. Jude skaters go down. Now we got a one-on-one. Manprizio against Camden Berry, or excuse me, Stanula against Camden Berry. Stanula's shot wide, nutting below the red line. He'll throw it off the back of the nets. And Paulie Dillon out in front. Oh, Gouzier not able to get a clean shot. He sort of healed it a little bit, but he was all alone out in front.
Just a little too over-anxious for the one-timer there. Skipping on him a little bit.
Behind the net, 3:13 left. Here's Stanula again. Stanula with Gouzier on his left. So a nice move by Stanula to get free. Stanula fires and he scores! Water bottle popper! Jonathan Stanula makes it 3-2 Knights. Just got done saying that Winter Club had to be aware of number 19. Well, they're certainly aware of him now as Stanula gives St. Jude the lead back.
And I've got a feeling this is how this game's going to go in the final 16 minutes or so of this game.
I hope so.
Just a back and forth where they're both giving some good punches here.
They are, yep. First it was St. Jude taking a 2-0 lead, 2 goals in about 30 seconds in that first period. Then 2 Winter Club goals here in the second to get it even. And then Jonathan Stanula makes it 3-2. Sepka. Peterson walks the puck into the offensive zone. Backhanded deep by Haley Sepka. Thrown out in front, nobody there though. Spoon over to play it with Ryder Dhaliwal. Dhaliwal up the wall. Peterson and Talma battle for it right at the far point, kept in. Teddy Perry has some space behind his net. Three white jerseys converge, that's up the wall, kept in at the point by Bolam. Bolam will dump it back in with 2:10 left in the second. Ryder Dhaliwal up that far wall, Bolam keeps it in, he'll throw it towards the goal, the deflection. And that was a good reactionary save by Nardone to knock that away. Still kept in. Winter Club hemmed in their own zone here a bit, finally get the puck out, and they'll get a chance to change up while Jackson Bolam will go back and retrieve, but we'll have an icing with 1:42 left. Go ahead.
No, that's one thing that's really stood out to me today. Obviously, I wasn't here yesterday to see all the amazing hockey, but these kids are such skillful skaters. It is so impressive to see them going up and down the ice and to even create these opportunities for themselves as fast and as quickly as they have been.
I think this is probably your first opportunity to really watch youth hockey, and like it's not what you would think initially. Like these kids are really, really talented. That's thrown out in front, the puck is wide. You just, as they start to grow into their bodies, you start to see that just talent come out. As that's swept away from Rattay into the offensive zone, dumped in by Santi with 1:08 left.
And I'm sure this is the age where they're finally able to put those fundamentals that they've spent their whole lives learning with some power and speed behind it too.
Great back check there by Robbie Tagliaferro to take the puck away from Jackson Van Dyke. Now Cetera doesn't know where the puck is. It's Paulie Dillon trying to move forward with it with 45 seconds left. It's punched back into the St. Jude zone. William Schreiber will wait for the traffic to go by and skate around Tommy Donovan into the near corner. 32 seconds, nutting to the far side, and Cetera was way offsides. 25 seconds left, and you heard one of the parents to our right say you can't do that today, and talking about the offsides by Cetera. And yeah, situational awareness is a thing. You got to know where you are on the ice, you got to know where your teammates are.
And especially you don't want to be giving away potential opportunities here with only 25 seconds left in the period.
Faceoff's won by St. Jude. It's dumped in by Bolam as Dillon will turn and hammer it the other way. Race for the puck, Kennett and Bolam. Bolam will get there with 10 seconds. He'll use his net as a shield. Bang it off the wall down to 5 seconds. Now out to the neutral zone, Dinahan, and that is how period 2 will come to an end. Well, we are set up for a very, very fun final 13, St. Jude 3, Winter Club 2 in the Prospect Blue Tier 2 Championship here on Stream Sports Midwest. minutes to decide. St. Jude with a 3-2 lead over Winter Club in what has been a tremendous first of 4 games here from Canlan, Romeoville. I want to thank you all for joining Matt and I. He's Matt Donnelly, I'm Aaron Schellen, and this truly is a labor of love for me. I've been doing youth hockey for about 5 years, and it's for games like this. This has just been a lot of fun. It's been back and forth. It's been exactly what you want out of a championship game, as the Knights have the puck, scaled around the near wall, kept in, puck's thrown out in front. Tagliaferro, that puck's loose in the paint. It's still loose. It comes out into the near corner. Stanula forward to Satera. Satera and Nutting, a little bit of miscommunication there, but now Nutting tries to chip it forward to himself. Slapped forward, that'll come in on Nardone, and Stanula waiting for the loose change. So when this game is over, stick around because we will have the banner presentations. We're gonna kill our mics and give our voices a break, but we'll have the crowd mic on, so you'll see the celebration for whichever team wins. They'll give out the second place banner. We'll have that for you, and then the championship banner, of course. And then we'll wait for game number 2 after that. Still a ways to go before that happens, though.
And whoever does end up winning this one, it'll be very hard fought, very well deserved.
Yeah.
Physical game here as well, too.
It truly is one of those games. It's one of the things I love about doing youth hockey is that it truly is one of those games where you wish both teams could win because of what you've seen from them the last 2 days. Like, they both deserve it given the way they've played in this tournament. Again, neither of them were the top seed. St. Jude is the 2 seed. Winter Club is the 4. So Winter Club came in as an underdog, and they're playing for the championship here, but both teams have deserved this championship so far as Manprizio dumps it deep. George Wilson along the near wall. Now in the corner behind the nets. Berry along the far side, kept in over there by St. Jude. Thrown towards the goal, but Berry gets it again, back at the point, kept in again. This time by Schreiber. Schreiber gets double-teamed right in front of the Winter Club bench, and now Winter Club will skate forward with it. Isaac Kennett gets taken down. Winter Club in the neutral zone. Up the wall, not cleared in yet. It is cleared in here, but Ethan Manprizio is right there to take it. Tries to hit Haley Sepka and can't. Near point Manprizio. Underneath the stick of Wilson, lets Erickson go and get it. Erickson backhands it out in front, nobody home. Now Isaac Kennett to his left. Kennett's got Tennant on his right. Kennett tries to backhand it out in front, but 2 white jerseys there. Manprizio takes it away, bangs it off the wall. Johnny Perry back into the offensive zone, but that'll be an offsides. 10:21 left. Still 3-2 St. Jude.
And it seems like, Aaron, whoever does end up winning this game, it's going to be who's able to stave off the tiredness late down the stretch here, as well as who's just able to get that streaky momentum going into the home stretch.
This is 3 games in 24 hours for both teams, and these kids are young. You know, they've got the energy to get through it, but it is a lot to ask. Cutting across here is Talma. Talma shovels it towards the goal with Dhaliwal on the backside, but taken by Brooks Knight up the wall. And out to the neutral zone, chipped forward by Van Dyke. Van Dyke will go and get it. Bad angle towards the goal, scooped up by, that's Nicholas Testweed into the game here. Probably came in the second period and I missed it. But Nicholas Testweed, number 1, is into the game here for Winter Club. You see that a lot in these goalie switches, give everybody an opportunity to get some ice time in a championship game. The puck bounces by the far circle, thrown towards the goal, that deflects wide. Back to the point, Bolam keeps, fires the shot through, oh, that pinballed off of Beryl and almost went in. Now out in front, Nutting. Into the corner, Gouzier. You know, having defensemen in front of you if you're a goalie can be a blessing. It can also be a curse. That time it was almost a curse for Winter Club. Stanula. It's onside. It's back to the neutral zone with 9:12 left. Bolam overskates it a little bit, gets it back. Nutting takes the shot. The bouncing puck swept away by Testweed. Gouzier behind the nets. Throws it around far side. Schreiber can't keep at the point. That'll come out to center ice. Bolam will play it with 8:49 left. He's got Stanula wide open in front of us. Finds him. Stanula, top of the near circle, shoots through a screen. Blocker down by Testweed. Right through a screen. And Bolam will have to go back and play this one. Will it be icing? No, they're waving it off. So Schreiber will have to go back and get it for the Knights. Overskates it, but Bolam is there to help his teammates. Stanula runs into Rattay. That gives Winter Club the puck, but now Bolam up into the air and out. Now a race for the puck, Rattay and Stanula. And Rattay gets there. Bolam through a double team. Bolam keeps going forward. Now Bolam to his left has it knocked away. Paulie Dillon with Bolam on his back. Now Stanula can't stick handle through traffic. And Peterson overskates it a little bit right in front of the penalty boxes. 7:44 left. Tommy Donovan, one of the goal scorers for Winter Club, finds Tagliaferro, who throws it in deep. Brooks Knight for St. Jude will play it here. Tagliaferro all over Knight. Over opposite side. Kept it at the point. Pushed towards the goal. Tagliaferro shoots just wide. Tagliaferro had space to walk forward. Attempted to take the shot. Dylan Santis without a stick for Winter Club. That's pushed around by Peterson. Now Spoon far half wall. That'll come over into the near corner where Santi will play it. Now Sepka has 2 green jerseys at center ice, but couldn't complete the pass. Under 7 now, still 3-2. Rattay with a ton of speed through the neutral zone. Rattay cuts to his right. Rattay in, he shoots, and gets blocked away by Ethan Manprizio. Great defense by Manprizio, helping his brother in net. Push towards goal, that puck is loose. And it's taken by Brooks Knights, and Knight will relieve the pressure by icing the puck.
And sometimes that's all you can do, especially when you're struggling there with the puck rolling around near your own net. That's the only thing you have left to do. Can't get the change, but hey, throw it down, take a breather, and get back to it.
Fortunately for St. Jude at this level, you can change up on an icing.
Okay.
So if players go to the bench, you get new skaters out there.
All the more helpful.
Yeah, so it's not a bad idea to ice it when you're pinned in like that, because you get new skaters out there and try to win that face-off. But right now, Winter Club has St. Jude hemmed in here a little bit. It's kicked out by Stanula. Right in front of us, Kennett. Skates the puck into the offensive zone, down to 5:40 left. Shoveled deep. Juliana Turborg tried to throw it up the far wall, but it's kept in over there by Isaac Kennett. Kennett now behind the net, Stanula. Stanula stick handles, gets his pocket picked by Kennett. Kennett dangles. There's a shot that's blockered down by Manprizio. The puck is loose behind the net. Now it's to the side. And Winter Club buzzing here a little bit as it's taken by Stanula. Stanula on his backhand, able to work the puck into center ice. Swept away. Perry and Stanula run into each other. It's cleared in. Thrown in on goal, and Testweed has to cover up with 4:49 left. Draw will come to the right of Nicholas Testweed. Spoon tries to shoot the puck through some traffic. It gets knocked down before it gets there. Now Bolam will pinch and dump deep. Rattay loses the puck to Sepka. Sepka, Peterson, really beautiful left pad save made by Testweed. And Peterson trying to put this one away for St. Jude. She got the first goal yesterday, the first goal today. Almost scored the fourth right there. She has the puck here, throws it out in front, looking for Spoon. Bolam in the neutral zone will hold. Now skates forward to his left. Bolam with a little bit of space, fires the shot. Right pad save, Testweed. We're under 4 minutes now as that puck is cleared out to the neutral zone where it's played by Ethan Manprizio. Manprizio to Bolam. Bolam gets tied up by Talma and backhands it to the Winter Club blue line where it's taken by Polly Dillon. Manprizio back to play it. He and Bolam have some miscommunication. That lets Winter Club possess the puck. Now Bolam will take it behind his own net. Fired off the glass and around. Kept in by Rattay at the near points. Given away. Bolam will run into Rattay. Another possession here for Winter Club from a bad angle. That was Dylan Santee off the back of the net. Santee tries to shovel it out in front. Erickson goes down to a knee. And we get a whistle as the puck was jammed up against the side of the net with 3:07 left. Still 3-2 St. Jude.
And still just waiting to see here how the final 3 minutes are going to play out. Are they going to be aggressive toward the net now and try and get that game tire? Or maybe put it away with a fourth goal to kill any momentum?
Tagliaferro on the face-off here for Winter Club. Wins it cleanly back to Dillon. Dillon shot through some traffic, is kicked away by Manprizio. Tagliaferro takes the shot. Manprizio makes the save. The puck comes out the backside. Santee takes the shot that gets deflected. Tagliaferro tries to work it out the far side. It's cleared out. Now a race for the puck. And we'll have an icing with 2:40 left. We'll probably get a timeout here shortly.
Be a good idea to get some extra rest here.
The face-off will come to the right of Ben Manprizio. It's won by Winter Club, but Bolam has it here. He'll shovel it along the wall. Bolam to Stanula. Bolam gets it back. Stanula and Teddy Perry get locked up at the blue line. Winter Club has it in their own zone, down to 2 minutes. That's going to be iced by Winter Club with 2:12 left, 2:13 left. Well, we got 3 more after this one, Matt, and if they're all like this, it's going to be a fun day.
We're in for a treat then.
Yep. It's been a lot of fun here, game 1.
And like you said earlier, this is what a championship game should look like. No blowout.
Yep.
Very evenly matched, equally athletic and physical in this game as well.
Next game on tap is the Chicago Blues and the Pekin Dragons in a white tier 3 matchup. Here's Johnny Perry as we're at the 2-minute mark. Perry slings it in towards Manprizio. He directs it into the near corner. Stanula up the wall, kept in for the moment by Teddy Perry. Isaac Kennett backhands it deep. Ethan Manprizio along the near wall. Stanula not able to clear it out. Manprizio will try the far side, and that will come out to center ice with a minute 37 left. Here's There's a shot, glove down by Testweed, and he'll have to pounce on the puck with 90 seconds left.
Kind of looked like he stabbed at it a little bit instead of just receiving it in with his glove, but it ended up being okay for him there.
Yep, bounce, the puck fell right at his feet, and he was able to cover it up. And we're gonna have that timeout now with 1:29 left. Matt and I are gonna take it alongside St. Jude, 90 seconds away from a championship. Minute 29 seconds separates St. Jude from that championship banner. Winter Club needs one to get this thing square. It's 3-2 Knights. Face-off will come to the left of Nicholas Testweed. It'll be Charlie Nutting for the Knights and Robbie Tagliaferro for Winter Club on this offensive zone draw. It's won by St. Jude, but taken right back. And now a potential breakaway here for the Knights. And getting knocked down from behind is Santi. And we get no penalty. Or are we going to get a penalty? Are we going to get a penalty on that hit? That was just a body check. Not sure why no call there. But we're gonna have a neutral zone draw. Wow, St. Jude catching a break there. I thought for sure.
That's how it looked.
Thought for sure that was gonna be a penalty, but nothing called.
And it's a tough situation here. 1:17 left in the third period of the championship game. You definitely don't want penalties to be the deciding factor, but at the same time, you got to call what you see.
Yeah, something like that you got to call for sure. So that's played with a high stick. And so we'll have another offensive zone face, or another neutral. This will be an offensive zone face-off for St. Jude, as that was played with a high stick.
Pretty clear call there.
Well, I guess the puck's going to come. Yeah, puck's going to come into the Winter Club defensive zone. Face-off to the left of Testweed. 1:03 left. Winter Club hemmed in their own zone. They clear it out. Testweed's going to come to the bench here. Winter Club is emptying their goal. Stanula at center ice. Thrown forward. Bolam cuts to his left. Bolam walks in. Bolam trying to get a clear look. He gets cut off in the corner. And now we're going to have an arm go up, and we're going to have a penalty call. I have no idea who it's going to go on. I think, just based on reaction, I think it's going to go on Winter Club.
And that would be killer here for Winter Club if it was on them.
Yeah, it's a hit from behind is the call, and I think it is going to be on Winter Club here. No, it's going to be Santi going back to the box. And you said it, killer, just 40 seconds left now. Winter Club needs to win the draw and somehow get that fifth skater out on the ice.
Now you need Testweed back in goal.
Yep.
Gonna have to clear it quickly if they're going to want to get that extra man advantage here.
Rattay up through the neutral zone. Testweed goes to the bench. Rattay gets taken down. No whistle again. Kennett with 20 seconds. Kennett through traffic, taken by Stanula. Stanula off the boards, kept it at the points. Stanula will, Bolam, out with it. Bolam cuts to his left, gets cut off. Dillon will clear it in with 8 seconds left. Back to play, is Schreiber, William Schreiber in the corner. Down to 1 second. And the St. Jude Knights win the first championship of the day as they take down Winter Club 3-2. Sticks, gloves everywhere. Go ahead, Matt.
And what a performance here by St. Jude, really giving it their all, falling behind early in the first 2 periods and then rallying back halfway through to be aggressive, score goals fast. And you got a feel for Winter Club here. They had an incredible season, played an incredible game here today.
Yep,
and you feel for those kids too.
Yeah, Winter Club came in as the 4 seed, made it to the championship, and you know, this game ended 3-2. This was as even a hockey game as you're gonna see. Both teams played great, but the St. Jude Knights are your PeeWee Prospect Blue Tier 2 champions. And look at those shoes on the St. Jude head coach down to our right. They're glowing. I love it. We're gonna step aside here. We will do the banner presentations down on ice. St. Jude 3, Winter Club 2. limiter may be coming up to during the game to give you the last rest of the Chargers. But we got them for the Chargers. We're live. We are live. It's just quiet.
Welcome in, everybody. Sorry for that little check by Aaron here, but we are here for the PeeWee Prospects White Tier 1 Championship game between the Chicago Blues and the Pekin Dragons. I'm Matt Donnelly, joined by the wonderful Aaron Canlan. And Aaron, we were here for a treat in the previous game.
Yeah, that was a fantastic first game. We saw a 3-2 decision going the way of the St. Jude Knights in the Blue Tier 2 matchup. It was back and forth, and we can get 3 more games like that today. I will be thrilled.
That would be a treat for sure. That would definitely be a treat for us. And here in the standings here, the Blues edging out the Dragons just by an extra point. The Blues in third and the Dragons in fourth. And we are underway here in our championship game. That has intercepted by the Dragons, number 44, Depew. Giving right back to the Blues now as they keep it in their zone with Raja.
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn in this one. I got to be honest with you. I've had really good conversations with the coaching staff for both sides, or the families for both sides, I should say. So I'm torn. I don't really want either team to win, but I also want both teams to win.
And that's exactly what you want to see here, is that shot by the Blues sails high and wide. That's what you want to see in a championship game here, is a nice hard-fought battle where both of them deserve it. And now it looks like we have maybe an injury. No, just a little bit of contact there. They're up. They're going to be squaring off in the neutral zone here. And one thing that I noticed right away, it definitely is this size difference. Some very big players here on the Chicago Blues. There we go. Some very big players here for us on the Chicago Blues. One of the ones that stuck out to me pregame was Michael Casanova. Tall fella there, as they will go to the right of the Dragons goalie Wesley Johnson here, as they snap that in just wide to the right a little bit here.
There we go. That's a little bit better, right, Matt?
Better,
you can hear things a little bit better now?
I can hear things good. Thank you.
Good.
It's always nice to hear things good when we're calling a game here.
Yes. You were just too quiet. We had to fix that.
That's what people tell me. My voice is way too quiet all the time.
I've never been told that myself. I guess that's why I do what I do.
Yeah, hey, it makes for putting it to good use there with your vocal cord. That was an icing there. We're going to go back to the Pekin defensive zone here.
Now, Pekin yesterday defeated the Huskies, and both teams were 2-0. It was literally a winner-take-all game 3. Either you go to the championship game or you go home. And the Pekin Dragons won, and the Blues took down the Bloomington Thunder, who were the top seed, only lost 3 games all regular season. The Blues took them down in pretty impressive fashion yesterday. They played really solid defense the whole way, and they took down the Thunder.
And we've got a whistle here. Play stopping. We'll come back. It looked like an offsides. We'll come back over to the neutral face-off here.
And the one thing I think that's going to be interesting to see how the Dragons handle this is a very short bench. It's only 12 skaters and a goalie for the Pekin Dragons. And again, 3rd game in the last 24 hours, so you wonder if there will be any sort of fatigue at all.
And that's what we noticed again in the pregame as well. And it looked like the Dragons had an opportunity for a fast break there as they collect it now. Gathered in by the Blues. Pacey Maurice, that was Griffin Tomzinski that was able to bring that puck back in, and now the Dragons will regroup, bring it back in, skating up past the net across the blue line here. It'll be a shorthanded 2v3 here, intercepted by the Blues. Number 2 there, Ryan Witt. And now the Dragons are going to have a little bit of momentum here, taking it up the ice, but then brought back by Casanova as he's able to get that and dump that off to his teammate Abro. And now the Blues coming up across, getting out a shot, but that was deflected by the Dragons' Anthony Meany.
And Minnie was an impressive player yesterday, both offensively and defensively. He starts out on that back line, but he will push the action the other way if you give them a little bit of space.
And we see some good defense here, blocking up front by both teams. Not really able to do anything in either's attacking zone, so it's going to be a neutral zone battle here between both teams. And now we've got a little bit of a breakaway here for the Dragons. Down in the far corner there, it looks like the Blues have now taken possession, and they'll bring that back up the ice. It'll look like it's another 2v2 here, and that is gloved by the Dragons, Wesley Johnson.
Connor Tortot in goal for the Dragons, and I was joking about this yesterday. I met his mother last night. She's right here in front of us today, but during the game yesterday against the Huskies, she was just pacing back and forth behind me, wasn't sitting still the whole time. And we've decided that, you know, if you're the parent of a hockey player, there is exactly one position that you can sort of be given the okay to just pace, and that's the mother of the goalie.
Right.
She
Always
didn't
involved.
Sit still. Yeah, she didn't sit still.
And Tortot's been doing a good job here early, able to glove a few of the shots that have come his way. Looks like that'll be sent all the way down for an icing here. And that'll come back down to the Dragons' defensive zone, just to the left of Connor Tortot. And face-off won by the Dragons, able to shoot it up into the neutral zone here, taken back by the Blues. As that is turned back over to the Dragons as they move it on up. A little bit of back and forth here, and now Silas Beach able to break away, pass it back to his teammate, and now the puck comes back out across the blue line as the Dragons will have to regroup and get back on sides here. That pass going in with a little move to his left there for Miles Stump. And that puck taken back away from the Dragons by the Blues' Sam Taraska.
Just had a conversation with Jimmy Wright, the Central States president, and he and I have talked a lot over the last week as we get these games prepared and make sure that the rosters are accurate, and we've got player names and pronunciations and everything else. And I just want to thank Jimmy for, you know, all the help that he's given to us this year to allow us to do. When it's all said and done, by the end of next weekend, we will have broadcast about 160 Central States hockey games over the span of about 4 months, and
that's incredible.
Yeah, hoping for better things, or more things, I should say, next year. But yeah, absolutely couldn't have gotten through this week without the help of Jimmy Wright.
And this event so far today, especially what we've been here yesterday and today, it's been a fantastic event being put on here, and very grateful to be here calling some fantastic championship level hockey.
Yep, Championship Sunday, you love it.
That's what these players have played for. And there is a right-handed glove save by Tortot.
And that was Owen Crampton. Crampton scored a goal yesterday for the Blues. In fact, I think he scored the game-winning goal. It's all sort of blending together. I was here for about 16 hours yesterday, so it's my mind is kind of mush at the moment, and it will be until I get a good night's sleep. But I know he scored.
Safe to say I shouldn't ask you for anything too specific from, let's say, Game 5 from yesterday.
Oof, Game 5. What would Game 5 have been?
It would have been very early in the day, I'm assuming.
Well, we had about a 2.5-hour break. So we had games 1 and 2. Game 1 was at 6:50. Game 2 was at little after 8. And then that game ended, and we had like a 2.5-hour break. So it was early afternoon sometime. But you lose track of time when you're inside all day. You know, it could have been 8 in the morning, could have been 8 at night. I had no way of knowing.
It's tough to tell. Hockey's been going on all day yesterday and today as well.
I saw the sun this morning for the first time since Friday afternoon. That was kind of nice.
Really?
Yeah. It was dark when I got here and dark when I left yesterday.
Always nice to get a little bit of sunlight here on this Championship Sunday. And that's a shot saved there once again by Connor Tortot. And now a little bit of pushing after the fact.
Yeah, it was Maurice from the high slot with the wrist shot. Tortot made the save, and then a little post whistle. Joe and I were calling that post whistle shenanigans yesterday. We've decided that we need to add in youth hockey a PWS penalty. It encompasses everything that goes on after the whistle. Post-whistle shenanigans.
That's good. I like that. You should hop on that and talk to the NHL when you get a chance.
Yeah, you get 3 minutes for post-whistle shenanigans as well, not 2, we decided.
3 minutes. Okay, a little bit more severe then.
It is.
That face-off in the near corner here, won by the Blues. Sent that back out just wide of the stick of Raja.
Uh-oh.
And now there's a 2-on-1 for the Dragons. And the rest of the team will group up near the net now.
Yeah, Shortino just not able to connect or to settle that puck down on his stick, and that let the Blues get back defensively.
Miles Stump also in on the play, and now the Blues able to secure it back, get into their own offensive zone.
This was another team yesterday, the Blues, that got really, really good goaltending from Colton Wells against the top seeds in the division yesterday. He was very rock solid. There was nothing spectacular, no diving saves or anything like that, but just very comfortable in goal and very patient and didn't look frazzled at all. And it looks like we're going to have a penalty called here.
Well, yeah, and we just had Ciortino get tangled up with a member of the Blues there, and it's already proving to be a pretty physical first period here in this game.
Looks like it's going to be Maurice going to the penalty box. Pacey Maurice for the Blues for interference. So Pekin will have a power play with 5:46 left.
And this is right around the time we saw in that first championship game that we had, where the pressure was really put on by one team to get a couple goals early and then see how the other team responds. We'll see what's the case here between our Blues and Dragons.
Yeah, St. Jude and Winter Club were scoreless through about the first 10 minutes of the period. St. Jude got 2 goals in about 30 seconds. Winter Club tied it, and then the Knights would score a goal. Oh, that's off the post.
Oh, close one there. Silas Beach right there near the goal. And we'll see here if the Dragons are able to maintain possession going back and try and capitalize on some of this. And there we have Beach going back and forth. Looks like with Ciortino. That puck going all the way around, just wide of the net there.
And right through the paint.
And the Dragons able to regroup and then push the puck back into their zone here. Once again, Blues forcing that puck out. Dragons once again will reset and drive back toward it. A little wrister there goes wide left of the net for the Dragons.
That's Anthony Minnie from the far wall.
And that puck cleared all the way back out here. We'll see if it goes down for icing. It will go all the way down. And as Aaron informed me in the first game, you can change during an icing.
You can change during an icing. You can also ice the puck when you're shorthanded. So the rules are a little bit different in youth hockey than what you're used to in the NHL. So you can ice it while you're shorthanded. And yeah, you're not forced to stay out there when your team ices it.
Makes sense. Looks like here for the Blues in this face-off, we'll have Owen Crampton facing off against Ryan Hodgkins, and the Dragons win it. And that shot is deflected by Michael Casanova of the Blues away from the net there.
Hodgkins, a really good offensive talent for Pekin. He scored a goal in yesterday's game, number 11 in black and red.
A little rolling puck there.
And Tortot was drifting to his left, and that puck came back to his right. And that almost rolled inside the far post.
Got to watch out for those rolling pucks coming toward the net there, not to drift too far away. And Silas Beach with it in front of the goal. Gives that up, taken away by the Blues, Grayson Pardoon.
Power plays up.
And now back to full strength here for both teams.
If you're the Blues, you keep an eye on number 56.
Yep.
It's Michael Casanova, a really heavy shot from the point.
Heavy shot, biggest kid on the ice right now.
But smooth on his skates. You know,
Oh,
you
for
see
sure.
at this age level, sometimes you'll see the kids that are physically larger aren't quite as smooth out there on their skates, but Casanova is pretty comfortable.
And you saw that there. He was able to just take a, not really a hit, but he's able to take some contact and really deflect it like it's nothing there. That puck intercepted there by Haley Raja, but kept back in by the Dragons as and just off the side of the net. That is Gino Giannetti for the Blues.
Giannetti had a lot of open net to look at on that near side, but just couldn't tuck it in.
And another wrister goes cleared out of the zone defensively for the Dragons, but that's kept back in by the Blues' Raja, as they're able to keep it in with the Dragons attempting on the near side here to clear it out of their zone. And that's a shot that goes just wide left by Crampton.
Crampton just a turnaround slap shot. I think it was deflected, sort of fluttered past that far post, but still a good opportunity.
And that puck will go all the way down for yet another icing. And we'll head back over to the Dragons' defensive zone to the left of Tortot. We've got 1:48 left here in the first period. Still 0-0 is the score. Not a whole lot of opportunities coming at either goal, but a few opportunities have been made.
The best chance for the Dragons was a post. And then for the Blues just a minute ago when you had Giannetti on that back doorstep.
Vladislav Jeladev turning it over there to the Dragons, where they're able to, and that's something that I've noticed here in this early part of the game here, is not a whole lot of sustained consistency each way, but the Blues now have a 2-on-2 going back the other way toward the goal, and that sails just to the left, and that's saved. Ooh, careful there for Pekin.
It's tucked in.
And
No, they're waving it off.
Oh, they're saying no.
Goalie's waving it off.
They are saying no.
Yeah, that was Owen Piniak at the near post. He's celebrating, but the official at that red line waved it off immediately. So it's going to stay 0-0.
You got to wonder if there was some interference there that might have called.
I mean, the official saw something that caused him to wave it off right away, but at the same time, Owen Piniak was 100% convinced that that puck was in the net because he celebrated with the Blues fans and was probably wondering why no one was celebrating with him.
Yeah, he gave a nice little wave over to the fans over here, and then only to turn around and say, no, actually, no goal. 1:14 here left in the first period. Out to the left of Tortot. Face-off won by the Dragons as they cleared around the board. Kept back in by the Blues, and now there's an opportunity for the Blues that is saved by Tortot. That puck got just a little bit away, and now there's, looks like some pre-shot or post-shot shenanigans going on here.
Post-whistle shenanigans.
Post-whistle
yes,
shenanigans,
sir.
that's what it is.
Yes, I love some good post-whistle shenanigans.
A little pushing and shoving there, but just to let the guys know, hey, we're here. We're right around the goalie. Hildebrandt in the face-off for the Blues. Facing off against Hodgkins. Kept in by the Blues. With the puck bouncing back and forth before being controlled there by Hildebrandt, who's able to take around the goal, putting it right in front, and it's wide open. But Tortot stretching out to his right in order to pull that puck in. A little bit of contact there during the play as well by Vladislav.
Hildebrandt scored a goal yesterday, almost set one up there behind the net, threw it out in front, and that was just sitting in the paint for a second. Nobody got their finger on it.
43.8 left here in the first period, still 0-0 in our championship for the White Tier 1 in the PeeWees. And now it looks like we might have a 3-on-1 for the Dragons, as Hodgkins is crashing toward the net, just poked out of reach.
Nice job by Wells to poke that puck out.
Very nice by Wells, and that wrister goes wide to the right there. And now a tricky little backhander saved with the glove by Tortad at 12.1 seconds left here in the first.
This game opened up here in the final minute of the period.
Yeah, they're giving it their all here in the final little push.
We saw yesterday, we saw a goal scored with 1/10 of a second left, and we saw a goal scored as the final horn sounded.
That's crazy. And I'm assuming no replay system here either to go back and check that.
No replay. It's the officials getting together.
The official eye.
Yeah.
2 seconds left here in the final last-ditch heave from Ryan Hodgkins is saved there by Colton Wells. And that'll take us to the end of the first period. When we come back, period 2 will be underway. It's 0-0 here at Canlan Sports in Romeoville. And welcome back, everybody, to Canlan Sports in Romeoville, Illinois, as period 2 of our championship Sunday for the White Tier 1 division is underway now, with the Blues winning the faceoff. Kept in by the Blues, passing it over, wide open opportunity, and it looks like there's a little bit of...
It was Giannetti again, just not able to get the puck cleanly on his stick, and it ended up going behind the net.
Blues able to keep it in, with the Dragons fighting for it along the boards. And taken out by the Dragons at mid-ice. Stolen back, and it's going to be a penalty here.
It's going to be a trip on trying to get the license plate. That's going to be Shortino. Or no, it's going to be 81. That's Miles Stump.
Miles Stump.
Yeah, Miles Stump going here for the trip.
So at 12-13 in the second period, the Blues are going on the power play. And an already short-handed bench for the Dragons. Looking at the Blues, they've got a much deeper bench there.
Yeah, just a 12-man roster for Pekin, down to 11 now, with one in the penalty box. We'll see if the Blues can take advantage.
Hildebrandt for the Blues facing off. And that puck still along the boards, being taken up now by Witt. And the Blues are going to have to regroup, getting back to take advantage of their power play. 1:40 left in that power play, with 11:50 left in the second period. Blues looking to capitalize on a wrister there by Parda. Pardoon.
And Pardoon, top of the near circle, fired a wrist shot, had Hildebrand right out in front looking for the tip. And Owen wasn't able to get his stick on it, so Tortot was able to make the relatively easy save with some traffic out in front.
Still impressive to see what Tortot's been able to do in goal early in this game. As there have definitely been a few chances from the Blues. And that's all you can do here on Championship Sunday. And another good save there by Tortot.
And that left pad kicks the puck into the corner off the low sinking shot from Casanova.
Blues able to keep it in here with 1:10 left on this power play. A couple shots there right at the pad level for Tortot as the Blues look to clear it out. Swinging it around to the top here. A wrister saved skillfully by Tortot. That coming off of the stick of number 56, Casanova, the largest boy on the ice there.
Blues power play, they have 3 high, so they had 3 skaters right along the blue line, and they found Casanova, which is, I think, probably what they want, those point shots from number 56. And that was a hard wrister that was saved by Tortot.
Able to get those powerful ones on goal. You never know, you might get a score, or a screen rather, in front of it.
Screen, a deflection, you never know.
And it looks like the Dragons are going to have an opportunity to clear.
Oh, nice move by Mini.
Mini, rather. And that's scored by Ryan Hodgkins.
Yeah, Ryan Hodgkins got Pekin on the board yesterday first, and he does it shorthanded here, and that all started when Michael Casanova fell down at the blue line. An individual effort by Hodgkins makes it 1-0.
And that was a great wrister just up over.
Yep, just up over the glove and shoulder of Colton Wells. But, you know, on a break-in like that, you got to know what you want to do with the puck. Indecisiveness can kill you on a breakaway, and Hodgkins knew exactly where he wanted to go with it. He found that mark and gave Pekin a lead on with a shorty.
Still 20 seconds left on that power play here, so the Dragons are still shorthanded.
That play was actually started by Anthony Mini as he broke out of the zone and found Hodgkins open. I talked about Mini starting the offense from the blue line. Well, he did it there shorthanded.
Very impressive to see what they were able to do in this penalty. We'll still have 5 seconds left here.
And we got an icing on the Leafs, or on the Blues rather. Get the Leafs and the Blues mixed up because their jerseys, colors. They look exactly the same. They're white and blue, so from behind, you really can't tell the difference.
Some good-looking jerseys here for both as well.
Yeah, we love our youth hockey jerseys.
They're pretty great.
Here on Stream Sports Midwest. They're fantastic.
And time is up on that power play, so both teams are at full strength now. And another shot gloved there by Tortot.
Pardoon threw a screen trying to block Tortot, but Connor made the save. So I found out yesterday, Connor, talking to his mother, as I mentioned yesterday, this is just his 4th year playing organized hockey.
Really?
Yep. And he's in a championship game here, so it's come a long way apparently.
Yeah, very impressive. Lots to be proud of here for that family. As the Dragons have a 1-0 lead here on Championship Sunday over the Blues, as that puck is thrown deep into the Blues end of the ice. Taken up by Hildebrandt as he crosses the blue line, passes that over to White.
Yeah, and he scores. That went 5-hole.
Scores another one.
Yeah, White scored 5-hole on Tortot, and it's 1-1.
And just like that, we saw that in the previous games as well. Goals, once they happen, it might take a while for the goal to happen, but once they start, they can come in a hurry.
And that is a huge goal for the Blues to get this game even.
And just like that, tied up at 1, and I've got a feeling we're not going to, this is going to be the story the rest of the way. Maybe a goal here and then a quick answer by the other team.
Certainly hope so. We had a really good game 1 here, and game 2 through a period and change has been pretty fun as well.
And it looks like the refs were looking at something, and now they're all ready to go as the Blues are able to win that face-off.
Just making sure they get the numbers right, because these stats are all tracked. So you got to make sure goal goes to the right person. And
Casanova fights for it, gives that back out to Giannetti, who fights for it in the corner there as the Dragons maintain possession. And that's almost intercepted by Casanova, but taken back out by Maurice. Got to watch out for a slash there on Pekin as he takes it all the way to the net, and he scores!
Individual
for Maurice.
Individual effort there by Pacey Maurice. Started in his own zone. He ended up cutting that back up into the opposite corner, and again, a 5-hole goal on Connor Tortot, and the Blues down 1-0 a couple of minutes ago. All of a sudden, they're up 2-1.
And that just shows the skill, being able to take it from the blue line, weave all the way into the net, and then go 5-hole with it. The Blues are ready and hyped, winning the face-off once again, looking for more. 2 quick goals here with 8:50 left in the second period here as that shot is deflected, but kept in by the Blues. And that going just wide of the stick, looking to get that back in for a shot on goal here are the Blues.
Crampton strong on the puck in the corner for the Blues, but eventually gets double teamed, has it taken away.
Looking to get that out to Tomzinski, perhaps, as Stump is able to bring that back out across the blue line into the Blues zone, but
Haley Roger,
right back out.
Haley Roger with a good defensive play there on Stump to just stand in front of him and cut him off.
Effective there. Now, as we saw earlier in the game, we've got our changing of possessions back and forth between the two, neither able to hold on to control for very long. There's a little bit of frustration there from Jelidev as Stump brings it back in for the Dragons. And the one-timer slapped away by Jelidev. Able to be maintained by the Blues as they bring it back across.
Yeah, so Jelidev a little frustrated on the offensive side, but he didn't let that affect him. He got back defensively and got in that shooting lane to block that one-timer.
And another puck at the net, able to be scooped up by Tortot here with 7:14 left in the second period. Blues having a 2-1 advantage after falling behind just a few minutes ago, striking right back with 2 quick goals. And the key now for Pekin is just maintain consistency with your passes. Don't give easy turnovers, and try and get something going back on the opposite end of the ice that it feels like they've been living in for a couple minutes now.
They got a skilled offense. You feel like 2 goals isn't going to be enough to beat them, so if you're the Blues, you need to keep pushing.
Got to keep adding more. As Witt takes it up past Hodgkins out in the corner as he loses that one. Able to be scooped up by Muhammad Abro. Kept back in closely by the Blues to avoid offsides. That puck is scooped up by the Dragons and cleared back out. Pardoon launching that one up ahead, but taken over by Beach, who controls in the back of the net before bringing it up himself, looking for a little bit of help here. Missing wide, intercepted by the Blues, but able to be kept in by the Dragons back along the board and behind the net.
That was a good keep over there. 2 black jerseys at that far point to keep the puck in.
A little dangerous pass there with it lingering, but the Blues were able to pass that away from harm's reach. But the puck is still kept in on their end of the ice as they're trying to clear. It looks like they might have a potential 3-on-2 here as that pass goes up to Wyke.
Ooh, off the knob of the stick.
And that was great stick work there by Tortot. As the puck is, again, still just lingering right there in front of the net. Blues having several opportunities to put it on goal here. And it seems like the Pekin defense might be a little bit gassed here, but as they're able to gain control and then launch that puck back up the ice. That goes back in, and that will be saved there by Colton Wells at 5:11 left here in the second period.
It does feel a little bit like the Blues have a little bit more jump in their step, a little more energy here. You score 2 quick goals, it's easy to understand why, but maybe just a little bit more of that momentum on the side of the blue and white.
And I know we talked about it a little bit already, Aaron, but how much of that do you think has to do with their depth on the bench?
Maybe a little.
As that wrister is saved by Wells.
Momentum's a funny thing, though, right? It can carry you through that fatigue. So if Pekin can figure out a way to get that fatigue, get that energy level back, or get that momentum back, all of a sudden the energy level's there as well.
And just like that with momentum, the Blues able to get a shot on goal here for Giannetti. That was stopped by Tortat. As Jelidev is looking to ease in, and he puts it in the back of the net. And another one for the Blues with Jelidev.
That's a wicked wrist shot by Jelidev right there. His first shot got blocked, and he just kept moving forward and eventually found himself right to the right of that near face-off circle and went blocker side about midway up the net on Connor Tortat and made it 3-1. So 3 consecutive goals for the Blues here in this second period.
And that wrister came out with some spice on it, too.
With some spice, I like that.
Spice,
I like that.
Just over the
some spicy mustard, some Golden's spicy mustard.
And that's the recipe here for the Blues. Cooking here in the second period with some good ingredients, getting their lead up to 2 goals now with just a little over 4:20 left here in the second period. 3-1 now Blues as they look to keep it in their end of the zone. And at this point, they'd love to add some more goals, but I'm sure they're also willing to, if there are some tired legs out there, pass it around, kill some time here, get to the third healthy with the sizable lead. Well, you're going to be looking to attack.
Also now with a 2-goal lead, you're just looking not to make any mistakes. You're looking to make the safe play, up the wall, out of your zone, never up the middle, never in front of your net, just sort of basic stuff. But, with a 2-goal lead, you want to be safe with it. You don't want to give Pekin any of that momentum that we've talked about, because right now it is all Chicago Blues.
And another one saved, or rather blocked here, by a member of the Dragons, able to clear that back up into the Blues zone.
And it was Flynn,
Wyatt Flynn
who used his body to stop the puck there.
As Hildebrand brings it up past the blue line, calling no for offsides. And that's a nice little pass just over the stick for Owen Crampton.
Yeah, Crampton was right there. That was a pretty pass from Hildebrand, just bouncing a little on Crampton as it got to his stick.
If that went flush on the stick, he could have gone upper deck with that for sure. Yep. Depew taking it in, slashed away by the Blues now, able to gain control and push that back up the ice. That's controlled there by Owen Crampton, who turns it over, and it looks like there's going to be a penalty now.
I think it's going to be on Pekin.
Yeah, that looked like it might have just been a frustration penalty on Smith.
Yep, behind the play, and it's going to be on Jonah Smith.
I believe he leveled Crampton to the ice, and we saw that in the last game as well. That's going to get called, and so with 2 minutes and 44 seconds left in the second, a 2-minute man advantage for the Blues.
Yep, big opportunity here for the Blues to add that 3rd goal. A 2-goal lead, they say a 2-goal lead is the most dangerous in hockey. 3-goal lead feels very, very safe given the way the Blues have played today. So if they can get one here, you got to feel pretty good about the way things are going if you are a fan of this Chicago Blues team.
And like you said, Aaron, with momentum, who knows? You can never truly have too many goals, but you'd think that 3 would be a pretty good number here.
You would think a 3-goal lead going into the final period with the way you've played defensively feels pretty safe, pretty comfortable. But again, it's hockey and anything can happen. So if you're the Blues, you keep that pressure on. If you're the Dragons, you kill this power play and try to get a good shift here and there before the end of the period.
Anthony Minnie putting in a lot of extra work on defense here. Got in a shot into the blue zone earlier. Now he's a primary defender here in a sandwich collision there. Hopefully everybody's okay there down on the ice. And they're going to stop play here for an injury, it looks like.
Yeah, Maurice got sandwiched. He was down for a second. He bounced back up, but he's heading over to the bench now, so I think he is okay. I like to say very simply, he's a hockey player.
Yeah.
Hockey players are tough. Hockey players are probably, football players are obviously tough too, but I mean, hockey players play games with, as a Bruins fan, my favorite version or my favorite story there is Patrice Bergeron played in the 2013 Stanley Cup Finals with a collapsed lung.
Yeah, they can play through anything.
Yeah, they can play through, absolutely. Yeah, hockey players are some of the toughest.
Good save there by Tortat, able to flick that one away from the goal. And that puck just able to be kept in for the Blues to avoid the offsides.
Yeah, Pardoon did a nice job pinching at the point to keep that puck in.
And now the Dragons are able to move it up with Elijah Smith throwing it in toward the goal. Once again, trying to kill some time here with only 40 seconds left on that power play. And a minute 22 left in the second period. And now Hodgkin's able shorthanded to get into the net area. That one not able to get off of his stick on goal, and he'll be held while James Wyke is able to steal the puck away and bring that back up the ice for the Blues. And that shot goes just to the right of Tortat. Kept in by the Blues, and now it's out back across where Witt's going to control. Send that across the midline and back around where the Dragons will pick it up with the penalty recently expired. Only 40 seconds left to go here in the second period. Full strength for both teams.
Nope, that came out. Yep.
And yeah, it's going to be called offsides there, just a little bit past that blue line. Good idea though for Michael Casanova.
Now you got to try to attack that right there. Your worst case scenario, you end up with a neutral zone face-off. Best case scenario, you pinch, you keep the puck in, maybe you get a shot on goal. So it was the right play by Casanova. But once you get into the third period, I think you'll be a little bit more cautious with those pinches.
Oh, for sure.
And maybe just get back defensively and not try to and not potentially get caught at the blue line, give an odd man rush the other way.
And as you said, you don't want to get too conservative, and another one right there at the net.
Ooh,
it looks like that's
you can
under
see it.
Tortat.
Yeah, you can see it underneath his left pad.
Right under, and we'll see what they have to say about that. It's looking like
gonna be a face-off.
Be a regular save. Yeah.
Yeah, Tortat.
Very impressive.
You could see the puck sticking out from underneath the left pad, but Tortat made a nice save there to keep it a 2-goal game.
And now with just under 18 seconds left, another shot being gloved there by Tortat.
Yeah, probably going wide, but always a good idea if you're a goalie to stop the puck, get a face-off rather than let that puck go behind the net and potentially give up a shot on the other side or something.
Just under 10 seconds left here as the puck is cleared up the ice, and it's going to be a race for the Dragons to see if they can get one final shot off before the end of the second period. 2-1, and that'll do it for the second period. We're going to the third with the Chicago Blues leading the Pekin Dragons 3-1. We'll be right back. And we are back here at Canlan Sports in Romeoville with the third period set to get underway here between the Pekin Dragons and the Chicago Blues. A heap of goals for the Blues in that second period is met with a quick shot there by Hodgkins for the Dragons.
Yeah, and it's still, still plenty of time. You know, just still an entire period left to go. Pekin only needs 2. Obviously, I'd like to get that second one as early as possible so you're not forced to scramble quite as much in the second half of the period, but no reason to panic yet if you're the Pekin Dragons.
Championship Sunday, there's a lot of hockey that's been played here, and you know, if you're the coach on Pekin, all you got to do is tell your boys one more period, push as hard as you can, and try and get some of that momentum back.
We were talking to one of the fathers in between periods, and he said just 13 minutes to go.
Yep. 13
minutes to a championship for the Blues.
And that could either be 13 minutes of pure aggression from the Dragons or 13 minutes of as safe, conservative play from the Blues. Whichever will get the job done for either team, truthfully.
Maybe some combination of both.
As Beach loses it. As it looks like.
Is Hodgkins going to go? Hodgkins, I think, is going to go for a hook. Yeah. Or are we just going to have, I think we might just have offsides, or are we going to have a penalty here? I'm not sure. We're going to have a penalty. It's going to be on Hodgkins for the hook, yeah.
Because Hodgkins and Biango, they were tangled up there right around mid-ice, and then Biango goes down.
Yep.
All of a sudden, now we got Hodgkins in the box. So less than a minute into the third period here, we have a power play for the Blues.
A chance here for the Blues maybe to put this one away if they can get a fourth goal here on this power play.
Hildebrand facing off against Ciortino as the Dragons are able to take it away. And we've seen this a couple times now with the Dragons being shorthanded, able to make some opportunities as Beach takes it to the net, but it's poked away by Colton Wells.
Good poke check there by the goalie Wells. Oh,
right in front of the goal, misses. As the Dragons keep it in.
And that was Lundy right out in front, just not able to get his stick on that pass from behind the net.
As Pardoon battled in the back, but the Dragons are able to keep it in here. And Aaron, this entire power play for the Blues has felt like a Dragons power play.
Yeah, the Dragons are doing a good job on this PK for sure.
Coming up on a minute left in that power play, and now the Blues crash toward with James White. That gets sent out to Pardoon, which is kicked away by Tortot.
They didn't get all of it, sort of chunked it.
And right in front there for James White, but that sails just a little bit right.
White was wide open in front of the net. He somehow missed a wide open far side of the net, pushed it wide. Fortunate break for the Dragons.
With 35 seconds left in this power play and 10:50 left in the third. There's a turnover that looked like it could have resulted in a chance for the Blues to get off a shot, but they keep it in.
Yeah, Biango jumped that pass.
And that sails right out past Casanova, so the Blues are going to have to reset that one. 13 seconds left on the power play before both teams are at full strength. Giannetti passes that back out. And that is saved. Glove side by Tortot with 4 seconds left on this power play and 10:21 left in the third.
And now you start to think, we're about 3 minutes gone by here, and power plays up. If you're Pekin, you got to break this game into chunks, right? You're down by 2. Get one goal by, about the 6-minute mark or so is, I think, probably the idea, and then, go from there. But at some point, you got to start to take some chances defensively when you're down 2 here in the final period.
That face-off with Maurice and Ciortino goes the Dragons' way, and they are now at full strength with Hodgkins coming out of the box.
And that's big for Pekin, as Hodgkins is their biggest offensive threat.
As that puck is shot down into the blue zone, where they will hold control, ease it back around their own net, fighting off some Pekin aggressors there. As Maurice is able to take it back up the ice, swing that on over to Giannetti, who drops it back in for Bianco.
And the Leafs are content with this. Just stick that puck against the wall and let those seconds tick away.
Kills some time for sure. But the Dragons have other plans as they clear that back up. Chasing his own passes. Hodgkins dropped off then as the shot is stopped. Blocked twice by the Blues.
Yeah, 2 shot blocks, both by Maurice, and now he's on the counterattack.
Who's taking it up all by himself where he meets 2 Pekin defenders. But that puck is kept back in, and it looks like Maurice might be a little weary there, getting potentially hit on the shot there, but the Blues are able to keep it in. Fought away now by 2 Pekin defenders. As Raja,
yeah, that was a smart play
able to dump it in
by Haley Raja as she was about to skate into the offensive zone and just backtracked, let her line mates clear, and then dumped it deep.
Mohamed Ambro able to keep it in there, deflecting that pass.
And everything up the wall for the Leafs here, which is what you want when you have a lead. You don't want to be throwing the puck blindly out to the center of the ice or out in front of your goal. Everything goes up the wall defensively.
And now back on the other attack, Jelidov.
Oof, yeah, that was off the glove of Tortot and went wide.
And now the Dragons are able to take it back with a little collision there, back closer to the Pekin goal. As Beach keeps it down, pinned near the board, as the Blues defenders come. Looking to put some pressure along the boards here. Eat up more of that clock with 7:40 left in the third period here.
And now that time is starting to work against you if you're the Pekin Dragons. Got to start taking some chances with the puck. Take some chances defensively. A little bit more aggressive on the pinch from the point.
Yeah, they're going to have to start getting a few more shots on goal and not allow the puck to be cleared out just like it is by Witt here, who's taking it all the way from end to end for the Blues. Looking for somebody to swing it around to, but Hodgkins able to intercept that and clear that back out. All the way down, it might go down for icing here.
I think it will.
And it will. Just a little reprieve now for the Pekin Dragons to be able to regroup, refresh with 7:02 left in the third period. And if you're a member of the Dragons here, you got to dig deep and realize, hey, if we can put 1 in, we can put 2. That's been the story all day we've seen, is fast goals, scoring in bunches for several of the teams that we've seen today. And the Dragons looking to capitalize on that as well. Looks like we might have a timeout here called by Pekin. And we'll step away here with 7:02 left. It is 3-1 Blues. And we're back here at Canlan Sports in Romeoville as the Pekin Dragons have just called a timeout, looking to gain some kind of momentum going here in the final 7 minutes now left in the third period in this championship Sunday game between the Chicago Blues and the Pekin Dragons. As the Dragons are looking to clear it out of their own zone now. A little skillful stick work there by That was not Hodgkins. That was Minnie, yeah. He's able to clear it up the ice. And kept in along the side. We've seen that a lot in this third period here.
Yep, Leafs are being smart defensively.
Yeah, the Blues able to put some good pressure on the Dragons here. Not allow any open shots. Those defenders clogging the lanes there.
No, and the minute Hodgkins touches the puck, he's got 3 white jerseys around him, so he's having trouble getting free here in the third period as well.
Yeah, one of the skillful puck handlers for the Dragons. Hodgkins being watched everywhere he goes, and this might be, no, it was not tripping. He just incidental contact there, I suppose, as the Dragons look to clear it back up.
Hodgkins was down behind the net.
Hodgkins getting that off of the deflection.
Gonna have another icing. No, waved off.
Waved off icing, able to send it down without the call. 5:44 left in the third here.
Again, up the wall. Just smart defense by the Leafs here in this third period. Offense has been a little bit stagnant, but they don't need the offense. They need the defense.
And the Blues have a 3-on-2 rush here as they are once again content with kind of breaking down that. Oof. But still getting the puck to the net there as that was
below the red line.
As that was shoved away by Tortot. As that one kicked there by Giannetti.
And Giannetti couldn't play it with his stick, so he just kicked it deep.
Now a couple slashes there in front of Tortot. As the Blues are able to continue to hold it in on this end, but that one somehow finds a way to sail by everybody, and now a 2v2 for the Dragon. Hodgkins trying to evade a slash there by the Blues potentially, but that puck is somehow still able to stay in all the way to the goal, but that is going to be called. The whistle will blow there as
it's going to be a penalty on the Blues.
Payson Ciortino.
Yeah, Ciortino, he drew that penalty, getting right into the paint, tried to stick handle around Colton Wells. He got taken down in the crease, and you know, here's your chance, right? Here's your chance for the Pekin Dragons. Down by 2, you have a power play here. Still enough time to get a pair, but you definitely need one on this power play.
And then you can plausibly assume that there's going to be an empty net situation later on as well.
I'm sure there'll be an empty net situation at 2 goals too if this goes too much further, but you want to give your power play a chance.
Ooh, right on goal there, blocked away by Wells. And once again, the puck is still there in front of the net, but stopped once again.
Oh, Ciortino is absolutely livid. He cannot believe that he didn't get a goal there. He had about 4 or 5 jabs at it, and Colton Wells holding that red line. It's impressive goaltending by Colton Wells here early in this power play.
And you can see the passion on the faces of these Pekin Dragons players too, as they want it so bad with that power play. Minute 45 left on that now after some good chances there for the Dragons. As the Blues are able to clear it back up with Wyke, as that is poked away from him. And Wyke able to get off the short-handed shot, saved there easily by Tortot, but now they're going to have to go through it all over again on the Dragons' side of the ice.
Yeah, the Leafs are fine with an offensive zone face-off while short-handed because Pekin has to spend, half a dozen seconds getting the puck up ice.
That another quick shot, able to be guarded away by Tortot.
This number 53, Pacey Maurice, has been the best skater on the ice for the Blues here today. He's been terrific.
Very talented, even we see just there, able to cut back midair seemingly, and Hodgkins able to take it back up again. Once again for the Dragons as he passes that over to Beach. Kept in by Raja. And sent back across. Wyke able to put one on goal where Tortot gloves it, but then lets it go. 45 seconds left in this Dragons power play. 3:25 left in the third period as Minnie drops it in for Beach. as he's pressured around the board behind the net, looking for some help, potentially finding Hodgkins out there. Puck is sent to the side of the net, where the Blues will pull away here.
Hodgkins knocked down Compton, no call.
Compton down, able to get back up, and once again that puck is right around the boards of mid-ice here, with Minnie able to bring it back up, looking for the slap shot, and that is blocked down by Jelidev. The power play has expired. There is now only 2 minutes and 35 seconds away from the Chicago Blues in their championship tonight.
Oh, nice fade.
Right on over, but it just a little bit back behind Crampton.
Yeah, just a little bit behind him. It rolled off the end of his stick.
And now the Dragons are looking for their final push going into the final 2 minutes here of this game. And there's just bodies and sticks everywhere in front of.
And you got Blues players diving around trying to play the puck.
They're doing whatever they possibly can to keep that puck out of the net for the final 2 minutes here.
Be careful. Like they've played this game so sharply defensively. When you start diving around and stuff, getting out of position, now all of a sudden you give up a goal.
And that shot is saved by Colton Wells. And
that was Hodgkins from the point. That was a bomb, maybe a tip in front, but Wells made the save.
And with 1:47 left here, you got to wonder how much longer will Tortot stay in his goal crease before we see potentially another another attacker come on.
I mean, I would think if you're Pekin, if you win this draw and you're able to get set up in the offensive zone, that Connor Tortat will go to the bench.
And it all depends on this face-off now between Ciortino and Hildebrandt. And that is taken by Casanova as he keeps possession back behind the Blues net. Looking to flip it ahead, but that is kept in by the Dragons.
Tortot still in net.
Minute 30 here, still no movement for Tortot. As this doesn't help the Dragons having to retreat back into their own end, wasting valuable time here in the final 80 seconds, down under a minute 20. And Tortot still staying in crease there. And that puck is going to fly all the way back across. That was a pass from the Dragons, but it skipped just over the stick there. Now they got to go back and regroup. And time is winding out for the Dragons. Under a minute here, 55 seconds.
Yep.
And a whistle will be called here for offsides.
This Leafs defense last night and so far today has been pretty impressive. The players on the ice looking at their moms and dads saying, get loud.
Yeah.
Get loud, Leafs fans. You know,
well,
50 for Blues fans. You got 54 seconds to a championship.
You played however many, 20 regular season games. You go through the playoffs, and now under 55 seconds left on Championship Sunday. That's all that separates the Chicago Blues from their championship here in White Tier 1. As Jelidev keeps it in along the board, as the Blues will trade off. Maurice also pinning it up against the board.
Gonna get a penalty
here
on the Blues.
So we'll have a penalty, and we'll see. And now that crease is vacated, and that'll get called there. We do have an empty net situation for the Dragons.
It'll be 6-on-4, yeah.
Yeah, so 6-on-4 coming up here in the final 28.1 seconds.
It's going to be Vladislav Jelidev going to the box for a rough.
And that's going to be a pretty big hit on defense here for the Blues. One of the taller, larger
big
bodies.
kid, long reach. Yeah, absolutely.
So able to lose him in the
well, the Leafs got to get the Blues got to get somebody off the ice. They got 5 skaters out there, and they're shorthanded. So there goes Giannetti. So it is 5-on-4.
28.1 seconds.
6-on-4,
remaining.
excuse me.
We'll see if that's enough time for the Dragons to launch their comeback here. And you got to be thinking, if you're the Blues here, you just, anytime you get that puck, just shoot it on
Get
down.
it out. Just get it out. Yep.
Not only can you score, it'll kill some time, and that's kept in by the Dragons. That's deflected by Pardoon. Casanova looking for it, and then cleared out once again by Maurice. One of the best skaters of the day here, and the Dragons will just send it back in, and time will tick down now. 3, 2, 1, and the Chicago Blues are the winners of the white Tier 1 group. And we can see them there giving a warm embrace to one another after a hard-fought win here.
Well-deserved pig pile in front of the net, and with their goaltender Colton Wells, they win this one 3-1. And we saw some good hockey today from both sides. Pekin just really couldn't get their offense going against this Chicago Blues defense, and when it's all said and done, the Blues are the champions of white Tier 1.
And you got to give it up to the Dragons here in this game today. They were shorthanded compared to the Blues, but they fought hard.
Yep.
You saw valiant efforts from Anthony Minnie, from Hodgkins there, especially at the end. Ryan Hodgkins giving it his all, despite the double teams that he might have received throughout the game. You also got to give a lot of credit to Tortat. I know the 3 goals that were in, but he was busy all day today, blocking, not only blocking, but saving in any capacity he could, as good as he could have there.
Yep. All right, so that's going to do it. Matt and I are going to step aside. We'll let you watch the banner celebrations, the banner handoffs, and that'll do it for Game 2, and then we'll be back with Game 3 here in just a little bit.
And when we come back for Game 3, we'll have Chargers versus Wilmette in white Tier 2. We'll see you in a bit, folks. Good afternoon, folks, and welcome back to Romeoville here at Canlan Sports, where our next matchup for the championship in the white Tier 2 division is between the Northwest Chargers and the Wilmette Junior Treviettes. This is our first time seeing them here in this tournament.
Yeah, this is the first. We did 9 games yesterday. I did call a game for the Junior Trevians, but it wasn't this particular PeeWee squad, so it'll be our first opportunity to take a look at both of these squads here. To game 3 of 4, we got one more to go after this one, and we've seen 2 really good ones so far. The St. Jude Knights and the Chicago Blues were the blue Tier 2 and white Tier 1 champions, and as you mentioned, Matt, white Tier 2 underway now.
And we are underway here in the first period. I'm Matt Donnelly, joined with Aaron Shalin here, and we are excited for a third game. Like Aaron said, the first 2 really lived up to their championship level hype, and so 2 looking pretty evenly matched depth-wise squads here. We're excited to see what they've got in store for us today. And the Chargers with an early opportunity out in front. And that one blocked aside.
Yeah, I think that hit a pile of bodies out front.
In goal today, Louis Oliveri for Wilmette.
You try to get a license plate on that other goalie, I think
it's 6.
I think you're right.
I think it looks like 6, and that would be Riley Hoffman for the Chargers. And some different physical strengths here, as we can see with both of these teams. It looks like in this starting line, both teams have good size as well as good depth, like we said on the bench here. And early on, a little bit of patty cake going back and forth in terms of possessions here. Only really one shot able to get off by Wilmette earlier. The Junior Treviettes. Yeah,
and not a surprise that, you're going to see some, in between the blue lines play in the early going, right? Neither team wants to make a mistake. The Chargers with the puck now. The Junior Trevians had, an opportunity down here to our left a second ago as well.
That puck played up the board near the blue line here, where Wilmette will kick it out, and the Chargers will regain possession in their own end. A little sloppy, bad pass turnover there, and it looks like the Junior Trevians will push the puck down closer to the goal. And as we've seen in the previous couple games, if you get the puck on net, anything can happen, and the more opportunities you get, the more you wear down the goalie, the more likely it is for you to get on the board early.
And each of the first 2 games, we didn't see any scoring in the first really about 8 to 10 minutes of the period, but some late first period goals on both sides, and both of those teams eventually won their games. The St. Jude Knights scored first in their game, and the Blues scored first in their game. So
good save there by Riley Hoffman from the shot coming off the stick of a Junior Trevian. And now the puck will drop just to the right of Hoffman there. As we're approaching the 10-20 mark in the first period here, still no score. Both teams sizing each other up in each other's attack areas. And this is going to be a key part of the game here, is who can control the turnovers, limit the turnovers, I should say, in the neutral zone here. We've seen all of the opportunities as Odell sends that back in, only to be met with some resistance, and an icing call will be here. But
feeling out process through the first 3 minutes, but you're right. I mean, neutral zone turnovers are a killer. You send the other team in on an odd man rush or just give up possession. So taking care of the puck in between the blue lines is obviously a huge part of trying to walk away with a victory today.
Tyler Orzoff on that face-off for the Junior Trevians, as the puck is still able to be kept in near the Chargers net. Down little round, looking for an outlet pass, but just turning it over, giving it right back to the Junior Trevians. as they put the puck up in front, and that's stopped there by Riley Hoffman.
Yeah, for the first time, we saw really a complete shift in an attacking zone by one of these teams. Led to a bad angle shot, but advantage Wilmette here in the early going with that last shift, and now they get an offensive zone faceoff.
And that's all you can ask for early on, is get the puck in the opposing end as much as you can and keep it there, and try and keep most of your faceoffs there as well. As Samuel Harris follows that in around the back of the net, giving way to the Chargers. And once again, we see Wilmette's ability to keep it. It'll get back out to the blue line, and then they'll just be able to force it right back in. So if the Chargers are going to look for anything going forward here in this first period with just under 9 minutes left, they're going to have to look to push the puck up a little bit and not play just for the neutral zone. And yet another turnover here, but taken right back by the Chargers, and only give it back. There for the Junior Trevians, number 13, Murphy Nelson on the steal. And a delayed penalty we're going to have here against the Junior Trevians.
A trip right by the top of that near circle. That's going to be on, I think it's going to be on Nelson. Is it going to be on Nelson, number 13, I believe?
Looks like he's making his way over.
No, it's going to be on number 9, excuse me.
Okay, so that's going to be Dylan Murphy, who's going to be charged with the penalty here with 8:32 left in the first. A 2-minute man advantage now for the Chargers, who win the faceoff and get the shot off. Now there was number 12, Hank Lawler, who's just a little bit wide right of the goal. As Bailey's able to take it back in across mid-ice here, pushing it deeper into the Chargers territory. Chargers looking to take advantage of this man advantage and not give up some opportunities here, and a good save there by Hoffman.
Yeah, blocker and right pad by Hoffman to steer that into the corner.
And if you're the Junior Trevians, you like what you're seeing here, is they're able to essentially get some shot opportunities here short-handed.
The best defense sometimes is a good offense.
As the Chargers take it right back up here.
It's good defense by Oaks, bumping the Chargers skater off the puck.
And that's Zachary Buchstein, who was able to take it all the way up near before being cleared back by Wilmette. Still 50 seconds remaining on this power play with 7:20 left in the first period here, as the Chargers look to advance back past mid-ice. But as number 42, Michael Kolkelschitz, was a 1v4 there and wasn't really able to do a whole lot.
And it looked like he got his skate jammed up in the ice, caught an edge, and just went down.
Kolkevich there for number 42, as the Chargers have something cooking up in front, as it's deflected away before a shot's able to get off here for the Chargers. Only 5 seconds remaining, ticking away here in the power play. And the door will open, and it is a full strength opportunity for both teams now as the Chargers look to throw the puck back into their zone.
Really good PK by the Junior Trevians.
Yeah, what you want to see, get a few shots on goal as well, and not only get those shots off, but keep the puck on the other side of the ice as long as you possibly can. A little bit of contact here with the Chargers defender going down. And now it's a 1v2 here. It looked like that was San Young Wang for the Junior Trevians, putting some pressure in near the goalie area. As Harris passes it across the blue line, no offsides is called, as another turnover in the neutral zone results in the Chargers roaring back and settling for a dump and change here. Just under 5 minutes, 30 seconds left here in the first period of our White Tier 2 championship game. And both teams still feeling each other out, trying to make the most of any mistakes that are given away. As the Chargers break ahead here, that pass was intended for number 4, Brandon Penny, but it just went past him, and now we're going to have another penalty here.
Penny's going to go to the box as he had a collision along the Junior Trevian's bench and a little too much contact there. So a power play for Wilmette with 5:07 left.
And we've seen that called throughout the day today. Anytime there's a little bit too much extra contact, that'll result in that whistle. And, you know, for the most part, we haven't seen teams today take a huge advantage of these power play opportunities. If anything, we've seen the team who's shorthanded come away with a better looking possession. So we'll see what that looks like now.
Well, I was talking to one of the dads after the last game, and we were talking about the man advantage, and he said at this age group, the man advantage just doesn't matter quite as much because a lot of it is still about individual skill level rather than setting up the power play and kind of tic-tac-toe type passes. So if you have the fastest skater or the strongest player out there, like, it almost doesn't matter that you're shorthanded.
Right, and especially we've seen on those fast breaks, which we might see coming up here. But that'll get pushed back into the Chargers' end. Ooh. Another good opportunity in front of the Chargers net there. As Hoffman will jump on the puck, and we'll have the whistle there. And you're so right, Aaron, because when you look at the skill set and how it's still developing for a lot of these kids, you can't work cohesively to the fullest extent as a team if you're still, you know, developing those individuals. So, of course, when we're comparing it to the higher levels of power play, it might just not matter as much here at the lower levels. Another good opportunity here with the puck rolling around in front of the Chargers net as they're able to settle that down. That's number 67 there. Max Brett able to take control of it with the puck still loose in front of Hoffman, able to kick it away to her right. And some contact here with the skater going down for the Chargers. 30 seconds remaining on that power play with 3:35 left in the first period. And a wrister that's deflected up in front, falls back behind the net for the Chargers.
Hoffman tracked that puck well, that deflected puck.
And that puck will be cleared to the other end of the ice. And that should just about do it for this penalty. Taking down under 10 seconds now. And it looks like there's a whistle.
Yeah, it's going to be an icing.
Icing for the, that's right, forgot. Even during the power play, you can still do that. Still call icing for that, so. We'll reset, drop the puck over just to the right of Hoffman, and let the final 11 seconds tick away from the power play for the Chargers. And it'll tick down all the way to full strength, and we are back to 5v5, but the Chargers have an advantage here. And they snipe a wrister right into the glove of Olivieri.
Yeah, nice save by Olivieri, the first real time that he's been challenged, and flashing a little bit of leather.
Yeah, look prepared for that one. A nice open pocket. Looked like there for Travis Zajac. And once again, another attempt to clear resulting in a turnover. That's been something we've seen both teams do throughout the early parts of this game. As Odell manages his way around a couple Charger defenders.
Again, for the third straight game, a kind of tight to the vest, low scoring first period. No score here so far.
And if it's anything like the previous games that we've seen today, there might be an explosion of goals in quick spurts throughout the rest of this game.
That being said, both games, all it took was three.
And
Three goals was enough for a win, and we're going to have another penalty called here on Wilmette for tripping.
Yeah, a little bit of contact sending the Charger player down to the ice. We'll see who that is. Could that be, no, not Petty again. No, it's going to be the Wilmette. That's going to be number 5 here. That's going to be Tyler Orzoff for the Junior Trevians taking a seat here. So a 2-minute man advantage with 2:13 left here in the first period. As the Chargers keep possession, a wrister in, saved by Olivieri.
Aubin from the near point, the shot through a screen.
And that was super impressive considering how many bodies were there in front of him, able to eat that up with his midsection. And once again, the Chargers are able to keep control in on their end. Looking to take advantage of the power play here in the final 2 minutes of the first period, with 1:35 left on the power play as the Junior Trevians take it up the ice, content with weaving a little bit and then dumping it back in before potentially turning it over. Looks like there's a little bit of fighting along the board for it, and this is good if you're a Junior Trevian, keeping it out of harm's way, wasting some time here in the waning seconds of the first period. And that's number 15 for the Chargers taking it up, William Aubin, who gets his pass deflected before the Junior Trevians able to send it out back to half mid-ice, and then back in once more. Under a minute on the power play, coming up on a minute for the first period, as the Chargers are keeping possession in the Wilmette section of the ice. There's in the far corner, a little battle before the puck gets jostled out by Hank Lawler.
That's some pretty stick work out in front.
And that puck gets sent back out in front again before Zajac passes it and gets it right back with a, looked like he was attempting a little tap in for one of his teammates there on the right side.
Yeah, that was almost a double deflection on the way in.
And another wrister goes high as the Junior Trevians are able to clear it away. 10 seconds left on the power play. And it looks like we'll have an icing. So 9 seconds remaining on the Chargers power play with 22.1 seconds remaining here.
There's still time for the Chargers to win the faceoff cleanly, get set up. 9 seconds on the power play, 22 left in the period, so plenty of time.
And with how tight we've seen a lot of these games being played today, you can't take these final seconds for granted. If you can get that extra advantage here in the first, do it before you get to the second here. And with under 10 seconds now, the Junior Trevians looking to make one final push in on the Chargers net, in on the near board, as Nelson weaves, but just as time expires, that shot is let off. And so after one period, we're gonna head to 2 here at Canlan Sports in Romeoville, tied at 0. We're back here at Canlan Sports in Romeoville, tied at 0, beginning of the second period between the Wilmette Junior Trevians and the Chargers, Northwest Chargers here. And where'd you say they were from, Aaron? Was that Mount Prospect?
Yes, they play at the Mount Prospect Ice Arena.
Very good. And so coming all the way down here to Romeoville for this championship game.
Well, it's still closer than Wilmette.
That's true. That's true. And we'll see that throughout the tournament with guys coming. We just saw the Pekin game. We're 2.5 hours coming up for that game.
The Bloomington Thunder are here. I think we have a team from Omaha here as well.
Wow, a lot of good hockey in the Midwest.
Quad Cities is represented. The Ice Eagles. And the Central States they're called Central States for a reason.
Seems like they tend to focus on the Central
Yes,
States.
there you go.
Right in the middle of the country. As William Kirby sends that in, and they're still fighting for it along the boards on the far end. With them switching sides here in the second period. And the Chargers take control, looking to push ahead, utilize some momentum, getting into the zone. That's number 46 there. For the Chargers as they hold on the Junior Trevian's end. As they scan the ice looking to find somebody to make a pass. To get it in on the net. And once again, we're seeing that continuity from the first period of just figuring out what either side is doing here. With both of them appearing to be aggressive going after passes. That leads to a lot of open ones, and Kirby comes up here, dumping it into the far end behind the Chargers net.
These games, the longer they go with no score, the more tense they get.
They do.
And that's the one thing I love about playoff hockey.
And you see that at a lot of different levels too, where you tend to find a lot more close, tied games late in the game.
Yeah, you're not going to get a lot of blowouts in playoff style hockey. The teams are just too evenly matched, and that's what we've seen really all weekend long.
And another icing here at the 10:32 mark of the second period.
So let's see, I am now on, what time did we get here today? I got here at 8?
Got here around 8, yeah.
So I have now been in this building for 21 of the last 28 hours of my life.
Oh my goodness.
It's been a lot of hockey I've watched.
Have you moved your bed in yet? And
no,
your
that's coming up. That's
yeah.
coming up.
Starting to get some residency rights being here so long. And now the Chargers making a push toward with Petty. Able to get that puck knocked out of his stick. As again, I think that's going to be the goal going forward in this game, is who can control the neutral puck. All right, when it's in that area, we're going to get a little bit of pushing and shoving here in front of the goal.
We had Petty with a little jab at Oliveri there after the whistle, and then he got knocked down for his efforts. And I think we're going to have a penalty called on Wilmette, Yeah,
who is that? That looks like number 46 there. So it's going to be William Bailey going to the box.
And it's always the retaliation, right? It's always the second guy who gets caught. So you had the jab at the goalie's glove, no call. At that point, Bailey had knocked down the Chargers skater, and that's what the referee sees, and that's what they call.
So a 2-minute power play starting with 9:50 left in the second period. As the Chargers look to get the puck a little bit closer, with Oliveri making another stop.
And I also want to say, there's, I was talking to a couple of the parents about this before one of the games earlier today. By and large, the energy here from the people in attendance has been really positive energy.
It has.
I've called, I'm going to be very straight. Let you call this first.
Some good moves there for number 12 on the Chargers. Hank Lawler with some good opportunities here, but not quite able to connect. Keep going, Aaron. It's been good.
Very good energy. I've called some youth hockey games where things have gotten out of control and parents have maybe crossed some lines with some things they've said to the officials and, opposing teams and that sort of thing. But by and large, the energy here this weekend has been really, really positive. Parents just cheering for their kids, no really yelling at the officials to speak of, just out here, cheering on your kids and looking for some good hockey. And that's been, for me, that's probably been the best part is the positive energy.
And that might be the goal of the day that we have seen so far, as the junior Trevians are able to get on the board, and that looked to be number 82. That looked to be Jonathan Hubbard putting it in the back of the net.
Yeah, Hubbard was just inside that far face-off circle, and there were no blue jerseys around him, and he put it up into that top corner and gave his team a 1-0 lead. So there's that first goal about period and 4 minutes in, and the junior Trevians break the proverbial ice here shorthanded. They're up 1-0.
And that was a very pretty pass that he got as well, that he was fully loaded when he got it, then he was able to unload that wrister. So very good passing in front of the net for the junior Trevians, as the Chargers look to avoid the pattern that the previous two games have seen, where a goal will happen and then some subsequent goals will happen in rapid succession after. In our first game, we saw the team who scored first scored fast after, and then in our second game, we saw that in response to the first goal. So we'll see here if the Chargers are able to respond on their own.
That first game, St. Jude scored 2 goals in about 20 seconds.
Still on that power play, as that was a shorthanded goal for Wilmette. And now they are back to full strength. And the whistle will blow at the 7:49 mark, with Wilmette leading 1-0.
About halfway through game 3.
Good pace today. We like to see how the boys are moving fast out there. It looks like Yoshino is going to face off. Against the junior Trevians, Robert Oakes, as the Chargers are able to maintain possession and get it in a little bit more, and that's a wrister that goes just wide.
Okay, the Chargers, you need some offensive zone time, some offensive pressure, a good shift. Just kind of get things going the right direction for you.
And that's a good start, getting a turnover by Aubin as he drives in, but that pesky stick of number 94, Declan O'Hare, able to knock it away, and so now the puck is kept in over on the near side board. And the junior Trevians now have a 2-on-1 as more reinforcements come from the Chargers and are able to break that up. But now stolen right back by Robert Oakes, as he's waited for some help, only to dump it across the board and now be picked up by the Chargers. Once again, looking to make something happen, as they're not quite able to successfully get it all the way back across on their own without turning it over. They're just looking for some kind of passing continuity that can string together some opportunities for them. And now the junior Trevians take it back in, a whiff there on the pass. Not able to connect with his teammate there, Wilson. As the puck is now exchanged back and forth between the two teams in the neutral ice, with just over 6 minutes left in the second period. Junior Trevians with a 1-0 lead as they look to add upon that. As it is in front and stopped. Once again, another,
the bouncing puck.
On the bouncer.
I think it's going to be Hubbard again.
Yeah, the initial shot by Freelander able to get knocked back in by Hubbard.
A pinball puck finds its way. Sometimes it's not a snipe. Sometimes it's not a shot into the upper corner. Sometimes it's a garbage goal, and that's what that was there. And the Trevians take a 2-0 lead.
And you feel for Hoffman in that situation, as going off to the left.
Yeah, nothing you can do about that if you're Hoffman skating to her left and that puck bounces back to her right. And Literally, you know, that's the definition of a pinball goal, off the stick, off a leg, and into the back of the net.
And just goes to show the effect that turnovers and controlling the space in front of the net can do. If you're able to even just put some shots on, you never know what kind of bounces they might take. And now we've got a 2-0 lead and almost another opportunity for more, but the Chargers regain possession with 5:20 left in the second period here in the White Tier 2 Division Championship. These teams working hard all year, coming down to this on Championship Sunday. As that puck rolls out with Oliveri putting a glove on it, stopping action here.
Yeah, came out of the corner, Oliveri said none of this and just dropped the mid on it. You got to face off. And now with a bit of a margin of error for the Junior Trevians, up 2-0.
Yeah, you look to see if they're going to get a little bit more aggressive here, considering that they've got the 2-goal lead. See what they're able to add on to, especially if they feel like they've got the Chargers on the ropes. And that pass in to number 12, Hank Lawler. Pushed aside, and now the Junior Trevians are making their way back up. That's Freelander.
We're going to get a slashing call here on the Northwest Chargers, I believe.
And this is not what they need in this moment. Down 2 goals with 4:47 left in the second. Now they're going to be down a man for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. Slashing penalty on the Chargers.
But we did just see a shorthanded goal for the Junior Trevians, so, you know,
and get
don't
one
count
back.
them out yet.
That's right.
That face-off taken by the Junior Trevians as Hoffman's able to put a good glove on that one.
A good reaction by Hoffman, going to her left, going into the butterfly, sticking that glove out, making the save.
And that's all you can do. Good fundamental save process there. And once again, the Junior Trevians able to get the puck. Although hotly contested by the Chargers as they're not able to clear. Now they do get possession as they drive ahead. Watching out for the stick of Freelander in the back, and now they're going to have to regroup to be onsides as they dump the puck in. And are still doing a good job of
It's
killing
good
this
PK
power
so
play.
far. Yeah, it's been a good penalty kill so far for the Chargers. And maybe that's what gets them going. You know, a good clean penalty kill. Maybe that gets the offense moving a little bit.
And sometimes all you got to do is frustrate your opponent a little bit as well. If they feel like they've had a wasted opportunity, that could get under their skin too. And a whiff there on the one-timer for Samuel Harris right out in front of the net. Not able to connect with that, and now the puck rumbles back and forth, being pushed up the ice. Not going to be called for icing, as the Junior Trevians are going to take control of that with Charlie Odell as they swing it back up the ice. And now a nifty little move there. But the stick by the Chargers able to break that up. That was Sanjun Wang that was able to make that nice little move on the defender, get past them, only for their shot to be slashed off to the right. 3:05 left here in the second period. 2-0 Wilmette as they look to add more. Taking it up the ice here. As Robert Oakes looks to find an open receiver for his pass toward the net, and that's intercepted by the Chargers, number 46. As they spin it around the board, it clears out, but able to be kept back in by Max Brett of the Chargers. As the Chargers look to establish something with a stick getting on that shot, going high up in the air, but not quite into the net. Still in play, wrapped around the board, still in the Chargers' possession. As they get the puck out in front of the net, but not able to connect with any of their teammates.
Good
on that
sticks
pass.
by the Trevians out in front, keeping the Chargers from getting their sticks on a clean pass.
Yeah. And those sticks in the lane are the difference between being able to set up a goal like we saw previously with the one-time wrist shot versus not being able to get a clear look at all. And once again, the Junior Trevians are able to get in the way of that. Looked like Henry Noland able to put his stick in the way and allow Oliveri to cover that one up with 1:35 left in the second period.
Yeah, sticks in passing lanes, it's always a good thing.
As that is kept up by Brett of the Chargers. As the Chargers give it away. And oh, a high stick it looked like was deflected back down. That was then saved by Hoffman. Very good heads-up play there with the high stick knocking that one down.
I don't know how they have the hand-eye coordination to follow those pucks in like that, but that's a great save.
And now with 1:10 left in this second period, the Chargers are doing their best to get it out of their own zone, but the Junior Trevians have something to say about it. The puck flies right in front of the net there, but nobody home to put it back. As the Junior Trevians are able to keep it in with another shot being deflected by the Chargers up front. And that was a good save by Hoffman on the shot from Friedlander. As once again, Wilmette's able to keep the puck in with 30 seconds remaining here in the second period. And once again, how many times have we seen this? They throw it up the board, up at the top near the blue line, dump it back in, rinse and repeat. And now the Chargers with 15 seconds left are looking to get something going with this 3-on-2. Brett's weaving his way through as he's got help to his right. That puck bounces up and Oliveri able to get it only for a second. The puck is still loose, but those sticks and bodies right in front of the net with 1 second left. Somehow, some way, the Wilmette Junior Trevians were able to avoid catastrophe there.
Yeah, for the Northwest Chargers, that was their best shift of the game, that last shift of the period.
And that's something that we're going to look for them to do going here into the third period. It's the end of the second, 2-0 Junior Trevians. And we're back at the start of the third period between the Chargers and the Junior Trevians here in the championship game of White Tier 2. As the Chargers are able to push the puck back into the Junior Trevians' end and looking to capitalize off of a very momentous moment. They weren't able to score, obviously, but they had their best chance of the game there right at the end of the second period, Aaron.
Yep. Good shift at the end of the period for the Chargers. See if they can carry that momentum into the third. And this was the exact score of the last game. It was a 2-goal game going into the third period of the last game, and the Pekin Dragons weren't able to get any closer than that.
That was a nice shot on goal by Charlotte Hogan. That was handled skillfully by Oliveri. And now a breakaway and a goal for the Junior Trevians, and we'll see if that one puts it away. That looked to be Kirby. William Kirby for the Junior Trevians makes it 3-0.
Yeah, Kirby just down the far side and didn't try to do too much with it. Just got in on goal on Hoffman, and instead of trying to deke or dangle, just sort of flipped it up over the glove of Hoffman to make it 3-0.
And it looks like the Chargers are down consoling Hoffman, who has truly done a remarkable job today.
Yeah.
She's had a variety of different angles of the shots that were coming down that she's had to manage skillfully here, and she's done a tremendous job keeping the Chargers in this game here.
That's a huge goal, though. That 3-goal difference really changes the entire tone. You know, when you're down by 2, it's like, all right, maybe we can get a fluke, maybe we can get a bounce, and now you start thinking about having to pull in the goalie later to get that second goal. But now that you're down 3, it becomes a much bigger grind. You got to start taking chances earlier, and 3-0 can become 4-0 in a hurry.
And the Chargers now realize that this is their time, that they need to push. They can't be lax anymore. They need to be aggressive. They need to attack. And now any of those neutral zone passes, any of those turnovers can be even more magnified now that it's a 3-goal lead. As they fight for it here on the near board, as the puck gets cleared out. An opportunity there for Petty, who wasn't able to get a stick on it right in front of the Wilmette goal. As the puck comes back to the Junior Trevians, who circle it back around the board behind their own goal. Coming up on 2 minutes past here in this third period, just under the 11-minute mark now. 3-0 Junior Trevians, as the Chargers are now making an advance, but into a 3v1. That puck's going to go to the 3. As it's cleared back down, looks like it's going to go all the way down for icing here.
Yeah, I mean, some good offensive zone time by the Chargers, which is a step in the right direction, but you need something more, obviously.
Yep.
Up, down by 3 here with under 11 minutes left.
And that's what I've seen that the Junior Trevians have been able to do. They've been able to execute their passes a little bit more consistently and be able to have more meaningful setups for shot attempts near the goal. And so that's what we're going to be looking for the Chargers to try and accomplish here with not much time left. And once again, that pass is stolen by Wong of the Junior Trevians. And again, if you're Wilmette in this situation, you got to be looking at this going, I've got a 3-goal lead. We've got 10 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Yeah, you're not taking any chances. You're being smart with it. We talked about this in the last game with the Chicago Blues when they had that lead in the third period. It's you go up the wall with the puck. You don't pinch unless you absolutely can get there.
And a good save there by Oliveira. Oh, and some good stick handling here by Lawler, yeah.
It's the second time he's done that, just dangling through the defense. But just too many layers for the Junior Trevians right there. It ended up taking the puck away from him.
And even if you are able to dangle past one, that's the thing. There's 3 defenders, it seems, at any given time for the Chargers when they're attacking. And now the Junior Trevians able to make some space for themselves. Nelson pushing it to the back. Right in front of the goal as Hoffman's able to kick it away and allow her group to regroup as the puck is now taken in at the 9:15 mark, taken back by the Chargers, flipped in front of the goal, who's then chased and pursued by 3 Junior Trevians and only 1 Charger, as the Chargers look to get back on defense now as the Junior Trevians make an approach, but now it's turned back over with Hogan racing into the zone for the Chargers. Keeping it on the near board here as it gets out right into... And it looks like that pass, if it's able to be up, and a good save by Hoffman.
That was
there.
Back stick work from Aubin on the back check to lift the stick right at the last minute. I don't know that shot even got off there.
Yeah, very good defensive play by Aubin.
That was Kirby who broke in all alone, and I don't know that he even got the shot off. Now that was a good save by Hoffman.
Oh, yes. And good call there. I didn't quite see the stick, But great defensive work there for the Chargers to be able to stop that attack.
Hustling and getting back defensively.
We talk about how difficult 3 goals is. 4 goals is almost insurmountable here, just under 8 minutes left in the third period of this championship game for White Tier 2. And a whiff there on a clearing attempt as the Chargers will take it back, but they need to establish something now, and they need to establish it soon.
Yeah, they need a goal in the next really minute or two.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to get down under 5, still down by 3. If you can get a goal in the next 2 minutes, you can get a goal by the 5-minute mark and then get another one by, you know, the 2-minute mark, 90-second mark, you at least then give yourself a chance.
Now just under the 7.5-minute mark. That puck is launched up, and a frenzy of players with Oakes getting it at the end, crossing over the blue line, being defended closely as he drags it toward the front of the net, and it pops right back out. Once again defended by a group of Chargers in front of the net, who are then able to clear it back out. Good opportunity there for Oakes. Just under 7 minutes now. As the puck is still maintained on the near side board. Coming down right in front of us here. And another unique opportunity for the Chargers is that puck looked like it was just kind of floating out in front of the goal, but then all of a sudden cleared away out of danger.
Petty was in the corner, and it was just a one-handed sweep towards the front of the net.
Ooh, a little backhand there. I like it.
Yeah, I don't mind that from Kim. The bouncing puck. Backhanders are notoriously tough to track, and with a bouncing puck, you have no idea, but there was the save made by Oliveri.
Yeah, and as we've seen, just throwing it toward the net, you never know what kind of bounce or movement it could take. So with 6:15 left in the third, Chargers are looking to get something going here late in this game. Good stick there once again for Lawler as the Chargers are able to get that puck back. As Lawler takes it up, passes it up to Buchstein, who's able to dangle it around a couple and get a good shot on goal. But
created his own offense there. A little inside-out move. There's nobody out in front of Oliveri, but you know, any shot at this point is a good shot for the Chargers, who are now down by 3 with under 6 left.
Yeah, never very good at math myself, but looks like they need to average just about 2 goals, or a goal for every 2 minutes now for the rest of the way. And
yeah, that sounds about right. You get an icing.
And it does look like an icing. So you also got to wonder at this stage in the game, just under 6 minutes left, you were speculating about what does it look like for pulling the goalie. You also got to be wondering when might some timeouts be called here for the Chargers as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you're the Chargers and you get a goal here in the next minute or so, and you know, maybe you can get some offensive pressure, or you get an offensive zone draw, and then you call a timeout. I don't know, calling a timeout with, you know, down 3 with 5 minutes left. I don't know if there's a ton of value in that, but you know, if you can get back within a couple and you still have some time and you want to set something up in the offensive zone, sure.
That puck sailing in between a variety of options there, but it ends on Lawler, who elevates it just over the crossbar.
Yeah, Lawler did everything but score there. Got clear to the outside, just put it up over the net.
And here we see that's going to be offsides, but we see a little bit more of this aggressive mentality for the Chargers that we haven't quite seen early, but something to be considered here.
That's what happens when you're down 3-0 with 5 minutes left.
Well, the Junior Trevians are doing such a good job making the Chargers move, and the more they have to move and scramble for the loose puck, the more tired they get and might wear out any opportunities. Once again, they're offsides here.
Yeah. I mean, the Chargers, you go in offsides and you get a neutral zone face-off, you win it cleanly, and then you go right back in offsides.
Yeah.
Like, just an unforced error, you know, that leads to another face-off, and now this face-off is won by Will Metz, and an opportunity for them to kill some more time.
Yeah, able to just be physical there with Dylan Murphy, able to box out his assignment there. as the Junior Trevians look to keep it in, but the Chargers take a charge here toward the goal, but that's broken up by the Junior Trevians number 5, Tyler Orzoff, as they send it back down the ice, and that'll be an icing.
Oh, no, it's not. You heard a whistle from the other rink.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You tricked me. I was bringing the camera down to the right, but I saw the clock was still running.
I saw the referee's arm up, and I heard the whistle from the other rink, so I just assumed, but no good. We're under 4:15 left here in the third period. As that puck gets sent down the ice, we'll see if that gets called.
Nope, waved off.
No, it will not. So 2 icings waved off there. So now we're approaching under 4 minutes, and time's really got to be running out for the Chargers here as they look to get something going, as Oliveira will just cover that one up for a face-off to his right side. And it looks like the Chargers are taking a timeout.
Well, there you go.
As the Chargers take a timeout, we'll also take a little timeout with 3:56 left in the third. The Junior Trevians lead 3-0. And we're back here with 3:56 left in the third period as the Junior Trevians lead this one 3-0, as the Chargers are looking to make a push here at the end to get on the board and maybe continue it to keep their hopes of a championship alive. As they keep it up along the boards on the far side there.
Ooh, almost a chance right out front. Yeah.
Missing everybody. The one-time opportunity attempted by Yoshino was no good. Now the puck gets rattled around, kept in by the Junior Trevians, and they're
going to call that a deliberate offsides. The faceoff's going to come back into the Wilmette zone.
Interesting, Aaron. I haven't heard of that one before.
Yep.
Deliberate offsides, huh?
Yep.
Interesting idea there.
Yeah, it just keeps the other team from, instead of, if the options are to either throw it in offsides or have an odd man rush the other way and you choose to throw it in offsides, well, you took an offensive opportunity away from the other side potentially, so.
Makes sense. As that puck is sent around near the blue line, rolling puck past the net, never got on goal, as Petty dishes it back out, but is met with a host of Junior Trevian defenders, and is somehow able to get that puck out as it bounces around in the middle. Still doesn't have any solid footing there, with that shot being intercepted in the middle, bounced out, and now got to be careful there for the Junior Trevians not to be calling for a slash, as that is gloved by Oliveira.
Off the glove of Oliveira.
Yeah.
He kind of looked down at his mitt after that puck ended up in the corner.
Ricocheted right out. Now it's on the near side boards. As we're approaching 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the third period, the Chargers desperately looking for something here at the end of this championship game. As the Junior Trevians now take it up with Murphy Nelson.
There's no goalie.
No goalie, so despite the man advantage for the Chargers with the empty net,
Another intentional offsides.
Another intentional offsides there, yeah. But it looks like from here on out, we got 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. It looks like the Junior Trevians are going to be shooting for the net. Swinging for the fences, shooting for the net. Can't really think of a good analogy there, comparable, but they're going to be firing it in, regardless of their desire or need to be offside, intentional ice. But it looks like now they're going to throw that down, and we'll see if that gets waved off. And they are going to call that icing.
Yeah,
to the chagrin of some of the fans for the Chargers.
The Wilmette parents did not like that call very much, saying that the Chargers skater pulled up and that icing should have been waved off. And the linesman said, "I don't want to hear it." He didn't say it that nicely, but he said, "I don't want to hear it."
And that faceoff will go back around the Junior Trevian goal, where we have William Aubin, who's been handling the puck quite well today. Attempts something at the net, but not able to go in. As Oliveri makes the save, and
there's a bulldog puppy down here in front of us.
I think that's foreshadowing for our next game.
Oh,
no?
Good point.
Yeah, we got the Bulldogs.
Yeah, we do.
I
love it. Yeah, we have the Bulldogs up next, the top seed Bulldogs against the Chicago Blues for the second time today.
A little bit of confusion here about how many players on the ice.
They didn't allow the Trevians to make another change. They had changed a player, and then the Chargers made their changes, and the Trevians tried to make another change, and that's not allowed. So
at a minute 41 here left in the third, another icing, swinging for the fences for the Junior Trevians. Not able to connect on that one, so we'll do this all over again just to the left of Oliveri. Face-off is won by the Junior Trevians as it gets pushed back out, and a very good opportunity there, but no dice for the Chargers.
Nice right toe save by Oliveri.
As that puck was bouncing in toward the net, not able to get on goal. As Zajac throws it back in front. As Oliveri sprawls out to his left, and now the Chargers are on the board with a minute 14 left.
Yeah, there's the first. Might be a little too little too late, but that was Aubin right at the back post on the rebound and gets the Chargers on the board. A pretty muted celebration, as you would expect by the Chargers, down by 2 goals here, but
they know the path ahead.
Yeah, minute 14 left. Not quite out of it yet. Win the face-off, go right back in there. Just going to stick with 6 skaters out there.
And why not? Might as well. It worked for you here with the empty net, and now the Chargers are able to win that puck back and get it into the Junior Trevians zone. And yet another good pass for the puck on net. And now the Chargers are really starting to ramp this up.
It's a good keep, but now it's out.
And now it's out, and it looks like it's heading right for the goal, and he can't get it. And that should just about do it at the 45-second mark in this game. The Junior Trevians might have just iced it.
I think they did, and just shoveling the puck forward, putting it towards the goal, and sometimes that's the right move, and it's now 4-1.
Who was that, Aaron? Did you catch the
I did not catch the license plate.
Yeah,
I did not.
I didn't catch the license plate either, but
I was watching the Chargers skater doing his best to get back and try to stop that puck. He ended up in the net with the puck, but
that was a valiant effort. He was just a half second too late on that one, diving for it there at the end. Now as we approach the 30-second mark in this 4-1 game, the Chargers just looking to get 1 or 2 more shots off, give it their all, and this was a hard-fought game.
The Trevians played well today. They got enough offense, and I think the story of the day has been the defense. There have been 3 very, very good defensive games in this one by really the winners of all 3 games, and this one is going to be the Junior Trevians.
And that is it. The champions of the White Tier 2 division are the Wilmette Junior Trevians. And as Aaron said, they sure played one heck of a game today. Not only executing defensively and able to create turnovers for themselves, but they were also able to find themselves in the right place at the right time in those shot lanes, which resulted in several of their goals, especially late.
Yeah, so we're gonna go through the handshake line. We will hang around with you for the awards of the second place banner and the championship banner.
And we'll be right back as we keep it here.
Yeah, we'll keep it here, and then we'll have the fourth game here in a little bit.
We'll turn it over to Aaron, and we'll get going with our Bulldogs versus Chicago Blues shortly after this presentation.
Good production, guys.
Game number 4 of the day, game number 13 of the weekend here from Canlan, Romeoville. It is a white PeeWee Prospect Tier 3 championship game between the Chicago Blues and the Chicago Bulldogs. My name's Aaron Schellen. My broadcast partner is Matt Donnelly. And the Bulldogs looking to be the only 1 seed here in Romeoville to come out on top. We had PeeWee White Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and Blue Tier 2. And the top seed did not make the championship game in any of those 4 divisions. So the Chicago Bulldogs looking to buck that trend here in the 4th and final game. Bulldogs 14-4-1 with an overtime loss during the regular season. As the top seed, the Blues were in 3rd place, but just 1 point behind, as the Bulldogs, the Black Bears, and the Blues were separated by 1 point in places 1 through 3. The Blues 14-5 with an overtime loss. And that is how those 2 teams got here, but the regular season means absolutely nothing. It's Championship Sunday here from Canlan. For the Bulldogs, to our left in goal, number 22, Tommy Gay. And I'm backwards. That's Kai Anderson to our left in goal for the Blues. And to our right, it's Tommy Gay for the Chicago Bulldogs. And now we are ready to go. Puck right in between the circles, swept in towards goal. That's deflected into the corner. Puck chipped up in the air, and this is one of the names you got to pay attention to for the Bulldogs. Chase Marcos, number 16 in white. Had a couple of goals in yesterday's win for the Bulldogs. As we are underway here, 13-minute periods. Puck in that near corner. Back to the point, now out with it come the Blues.
And you summed it up earlier, Aaron, that we've been treated to some really good hockey so far here.
Yeah, Hoffman all the way in. Hayden Hoffman had some space on that far side, but just pushed it wide as he went from his backhand to his forehand. First real opportunity goes the way of the Blues. The bouncing puck over to the near side, the shot through. There's a save made by Gay. That was off the stick of Max Feicher. Come out to center ice, pass a little bit behind Marcos. Back to play it here are the Blues, back behind their net. Pushed along the near wall. Kept in at the point by Duffy. Blues back up the wall, Duffy right back in. That's steered into the corner by Kai Anderson. And play for the puck. That's a shot by Duffy, who was in tight, and he just pushed it wide.
And that's what we like to see early, though, is getting those shots on the goal as much as you can. We've seen those in the earlier games as well.
And
the more that you put on the net, the better, more likelihood you have to score here.
And here's Feichter coming out. Goes cross ice. The backhand is saved by Tommy Gay. Blues from a bad angle behind the net. Gay makes the save there as well. And now back to the point. Kept in by Gressick, and that's deflected over to the far side where that's Jeremy Brady. He loses it. And now out with it is Alex Marsh for the Bulldogs. Marsh all the way in. Backhand, and he goes 5-0. And Alex Marsh gives the Bulldogs an early 1-0 lead. And Matt, that's the earliest by far that we've seen a goal here today. Comes just 2.5 minutes into the first period.
Yeah, typically throughout today, we've been seeing each team kind of figuring each other out early in the game here. And this, less than 3 minutes in, and we've already got our first action.
Maybe we'll get a high-scoring finale. We haven't seen a ton of goal scoring today. First 2 games, the winning team had 3 goals. The last one was 4, but one of those 4 was an empty netter. So maybe we'll see some offense here today.
Yeah, we haven't broken the 4-goal mark yet today, so who knows? This is we're on pace for a lot of goals, that's for sure.
Yeah, we certainly are. That's very true. Now the Blues have it down in the opposite corner. Up the near wall and chipped out. Marsh will go back to chase. And that'll be offside, or that'll be icing, excuse me, rather. I have called a lot of hockey this weekend.
Yes, you have.
I mentioned 4 games today. We had 9 yesterday on the rink behind us. Yesterday was a 16-hour day for me here at Canlan. Today, a nice and breezy 8. Today was easy.
Easy light workload of only 8 hours.
Yes. Potential 2-on-1 for the Blues. This is Host. His shot is steered aside by Cade Pankner. Or excuse me, I'm backwards again. Now we come out the other way. Save was made by Tommy Gay. Puck banged up, but not out. Kept in there. Thrown off of Anderson by Olivia Cordell. Now out to the neutral zone. Right back in, though. That's Rune Trace. Anderson with his stick knocks it into the corner. Pushed around far side. Kept in over there by Maria Mullen. Mullen, another attempt, but this time it comes out, and the Blues try to skate through 3, and they can't. Mullen does a nice job breaking that up at the red line. Now Larson just chips it ahead. It'll be Benapel clearing it in. No icing. Taking it deep is Ryder Larson for the Blues. That pass is thrown behind its intended targets. That was Will Herward, and that'll be an offset. It'll be another icing with 8:30 left. Draw will come to the right of Kai Anderson. 1-0 Bulldogs with the lead. They win the face-off. Lachlan Duffy pushes it off the apron of the net, and the Blues try to work it out the far side of the ice. Good defense there by Cordell at the far point to knock that puck away. More good stick work. This was Katzenstein with the stick work. And now Marsh. Marsh will go back and retrieve. Katzenstein keeps it in. And he'll dump deep. 7:53 left, first period. Corner, Duffy, he loses the puck. And the Blues now with some space, skated out. It's Herward. That shot goes wide, high and wide. Haspert near half wall. Tries to walk forward with it, stick handles. Now he has it deep. Behind the nets. Out front, Tierney just underneath his stick. And that will come out into center ice. Berthold back to the blue line. Cordell loses the puck. Taken there by Luberta, and he gets fought off. A pair of dueling 44s as LJ Gay gets tangled up with his opposite number.
That's something that we saw a lot in the previous games, is the importance of those precise passes, especially in the neutral zone and limiting those turnovers. We'll see which team is able to do a better job of securing the puck and getting it to the sticks that they need it to.
Duffy getting bothered his way up the ice. That was good back check work by Daniel Luberta. The Blues have the puck in their own zone. Now it's into the neutral zone. Hoffman 1-on-4 goes right through the defense. Hoffman deep, still has the puck on his stick. Now in the corner, back to the point. Gressick shots, goes high and wide. Now Camacho for the Bulldogs, can't chip it forward. Hoffman back to the point. There's a clean look by Gressick, and that caught Cordell in the helmet. And off the back wall and out, and Tommy Gay made the catch, or made the play in net. So hard shot from the point by Cam Gressick. Off the dome, the lid, the can of Olivia Cordell.
The bucket.
The bucket, that's right. And bounced back out in front, and Tommy Gay was able to drop the mid on it as Hoffman will back in it deep. Here's Maria Mullen. Overskates the puck a little bit. Now the Blues have an opportunity from a bad angle. That's Feichter. And another save by Tommy Gay with 5:45 left. Period one.
And if you're to the Bulldogs here, you'd like to make sure that Gay isn't doing too much heavy lifting. And that was a snipe.
A rocket over the net, yeah. William Golem up the boards. Now deep, out in front through the paint. And taken out here by Marcos. Marcos skating it wide, has got Camacho with him. Knocked off the puck. Stick handling through traffic. Centering pass, Camacho, what a save made by Kai Anderson. Keeping this 1-0, pretty feed from Marcos. Camacho takes the puck away here. Appel. Now Marcos will turn and scale it in as the Bulldogs will go for a change.
And that was just a beautiful save there for the Blues, being able to get that pass in transition and then be able to put up a blocker and save it at the last minute. Kept them in this game.
Trying to get the puck out, they can't. Eventually, Aiden Tooley will skate it into the neutral zone. Now Tooley into the attacking zone, cuts to his left, on his backhand. Drop pass. Nowhere to go with it, though. Fought right in front of the Bulldogs bench. Duffy goes down on top of the puck. It's still loose. We're down to about 4:15, and it does leak out to the neutral zone. Hoffman to space. Thule tries to let the traffic go by, but good stick work by Duffy to knock it away. And now Klein. Aiden Klein up the wall. It's cut off right in front of the penalty boxes with 3:50 left in the first. Good pass up ahead to Thule. A little too much on it, though. Marsh has the puck at the red line. Marsh through the defense. Marsh, the goal scorer for the Bulldogs today. Cleared up by Maria Mullen, able to get it across the blue line. Now Anderson Host, he loses it. It's cleared back in by the Bulldogs. Ryder Larson behind his net onto his forehand, taking his time. Just use the boards and throw it to the red line where Marsh will dump it right back in. Duffy, and getting knocked down is LJ Gay as he crosses the blue line with 3:06 left. Being offsides, face off in the neutral zone. Duffy taps it across the blue line, but played there by Ryan Haspert for the Blues. Haspert with some speed through the neutral zone. Haspert gets swept away nicely by Olivia Cordell, and I think we're gonna have another offsides. It was good work by Cordell right at the blue line to stand up and knock that puck away and create that offsides. Marsh over by the far half wall. And he's able to get it out. Cleared right back in, though, by William Reedy, but another offsides. It's 3 offsides in about the last 15 seconds.
I was going to say, in our last game, we had some intentional offsides.
Yep.
What do you think, Aaron? Are they doing that here? 3 in a row?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Wouldn't make much sense at this point in the game.
You had a player fall down in the offensive zone while you were trying to work it back in. Haspert now. Maragliotti takes the shot that whistles high and wide of the far post. LJ Gay and Appel team up to work the puck out. And now Duffy gets taken down from behind. No call, Blues possess. Takedown from behind, and we're gonna have a call this time. It's gonna be a penalty on the Bulldogs as LJ Gay will go for taking down Will Herward. With 2:06 left in the first period, first power play of the game will go to the Chicago Blues. Draw is gonna come to the right of Tommy Gay. It's Elliot Berry to take the face-off for the Blues. It's won, though, by Katzenstein. Cole Katzenstein is able to get it up to the point, but not out. Hesperts. Top of the far dot, shot wide. Hoffman back to the point. Hesperts sweeps it towards the opposite corner. Keeps it in. Hespert on the forehand. Now his backhand tipped away at the last minute. And cleared to the red line by Marcos. Now Berry the other direction. Berry stick handles. Backhand feed Herward. Herward in. The left toe save by Tommy Gay. Best opportunity of the period so far for the Blues. Marcos spins around, loses the puck. And second attempt, Katzenstein. Third attempt, Marcos. And that's going to be a penalty on Herward. Will Herward knocking down Chase Marcos, and that'll do it for the power play. We'll skate 4 to his side for 1 minute and 3 seconds, and then a 57-second power play for the Chicago Bulldogs. Can't do that.
Especially not on Championship Sunday, Aaron.
Not on Championship Sunday. Absolutely not.
I think it's a pretty consistent theme that we've seen today, that the more disciplined team in terms of penalties, as well as, you know, just doing the things that they're supposed to be doing, they've come out to be the victorious ones.
A lot of open ice, 4 to his side. Hoffman, nice move to get free. Now back to his forehand, knocked away, and that put him in offsides when Barry brought the puck in. Exactly 1 minute left here in the first period. The last of 4 championship games today. We had the St. Jude Knights, the Chicago Blues, and the Wilmette Junior Trevians have all earned their championship banner today. This one will either be a twofer for the Blues or the Bulldogs. Right now, Bulldogs up 1-0. Appel across the blue line, whips it in on goal and goes wide. Now the Blues start up ice, give it away. Duffy will just dump it right back in. 40 seconds left in the period. Up the near wall, not out. Kept in there by Marcos, who just tries to stick handle through 4 black jerseys. Gives it up. Berry got Hoffman on his left. Berry just keeps coming. Berry, bad angle shot that's in the body of Tommy Gay. And
that's in between his legs. That's right beneath his path.
You saw Duffy there saying, close your legs, shut that 5-hole. We could see the puck from here. 22 seconds left in the period, 16 seconds left on the 4-on-4. Tierney will take the draw for the Blues. Bulldogs win it though and clear it out to center ice looking for Marcos. Back out, Marsh, the goal scorer for the Bulldogs, spins out of the way. Now down the near side with 9 seconds left. Marsh drives the net. Marsh tries to tuck it inside that near post. 2 seconds and we'll have a whistle with 2.1 seconds left.
There's something about the end of these periods that kind of rejuvenates the energy in these teams.
And we saw it yesterday too. We mentioned in the first game, we saw a goal with 0.1 second left in a period. We saw a goal literally as the horn sounded. So these last minute rushes, you can catch some teams off guard if you are ready for it. And there is time here for the Bulldogs to win a draw cleanly and take a shot, but got to win the face-off. It'll be Appel and Bulldogs coaching staff trying to line everybody up correctly here. Duffy will take the face-off.
I was going to say, I think we could hear very clearly on our end what they should be doing.
Nothing doing. We're through 1 here in Game 4. Bulldogs 1, Blues nothing. Second period action coming up in just a minute. Back with second period action. Sorry about that. I was having a conversation with Central State's president, Jimmy Wrights. He and I have talked a lot over the last handful of days while we've gotten this ready for all of you, getting rosters. And on that note, I want to make sure I thank all of the team managers and everybody who has helped me put these rosters together and make sure we have names and pronunciations and numbers and everything else that we need to be able to do this. And then I want to thank the parents who are very, very vocal about making sure we have pronunciations right. One thing I've learned from doing youth hockey over the years is stats are great, kind of cliche type calls are wonderful too, but if you don't get the players' names right, nothing else matters. So getting those kids' names right on the ice is of paramount importance to me. So if I get something wrong, I love to be told, and parents love to tell me, so it works out well for everyone.
That tends to be how it goes.
Yes. Save is made by Tommy Gay, a minute gone by here in period number 2. Yeah, so by the end of next week, so this week we did 41 games in 3 different locations. We were here, and then the Squirt Prospect games are out at Canlan, West Dundee. The Bantam games are out in Darien. So we did 41 games over 3 days. Next weekend, when we finish up the prospects with the midgets and then get into the major and minor ranks, that'll be 42 games over 3 days. So that'll be a grand total of 83 hockey games put on over the span of 4 days, 2 weekends at 4 different locations. Next weekend we'll be in, I can't remember who's playing where, but we're going to be in West Dundee, Darien, and Glenview next week. Where are you next week, Matt?
I'm going to be in Darien next week.
You're going to be in Darien on Saturday or Super Bowl Sunday?
I'm going to be there Super Bowl Sunday in the morning.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. I'm going to be in West Dundee next week. I think West Dundee is Squirts, PeeWee, and Bantam Major, if I remember correctly. But I haven't thought about next week at all. I've just been trying to get through this week.
Oh yeah.
And that's where we are. But I'm looking forward to it. And Jimmy comes up to me just a minute ago when he had that conversation with me, and he goes, "Man, are we crazy?" I said, "I think so. I think so."
It's a lot of hockey games.
We love hockey. It's been a lot of work, and my body aches from my neck down to the bottom of my feet, and I haven't slept much. I've been here. I was here for 16 hours yesterday, and today I got here at about 7:30. That's another 7 hours. So 23 of the last 29 or 30 hours I've been in Canlan, Romeoville, broadcasting hockey. It's a lot of hockey.
Basically been living here.
I have been, yes. But again, they took very good care of me and my crew. And yesterday I had Joe and another individual with me. So
our man Joe Williamson, right?
Yep, our boy Joe Williamson, who's taking the day off like the slacker he is. Actually, no, he's working his actual job today, so can't blame Joe for that. But it's been a lot of fun, and we got another weekend to go, so it should be fun next weekend as well.
Make sure to get your rest this week.
Yeah, I will. I got a couple of games to do during the week, so. Nothing ridiculous. I think I got a basketball game on Thursday, and I might have something on Wednesday. I can't remember. But I got a few things to do this week, but certainly able to get my rest during the week, as we're still 1-1, or 1-0 rather, 10.5 minutes left to go middle frame. It's Logan Camacho slamming it around into the near corner, looking for Marcos. Marcos tries to jump step away from the hit, and he loses the puck. Marsh keeps it in at the point, though. Camacho down behind the net with Berthold. Now it's back up along the near half wall. Marsh at the point. That deflected puck shoveled over into the corner. Marcos. Duffy up the wall, kept in by Marsh, and now it comes out to center ice. Marsh tries to stick handle, loses the puck. Now Brady the other way for the Blues. Brady back to Berry. Berry has his pocket picked there by Marcos. Marcos with some speed across the blue line. Marcos top of the near circle. In, bad angle shot. Easy stick save made by Kai Anderson. And now the Blues will clear it out, and I think that will be an icing. Had to wait for the puck to cross the red line, and we will have an icing with 9:21 left to go middle frame. So yeah, I got all my thank yous out. I feel good. And now I'm going to go home and I'm going to sleep. I think I'm going to stop on the way home, and I'm going to get something to eat because I'm hungry.
What are you going to get, some Popeyes tonight?
No. That's my Fenwick stop. When I'm at Fenwick High School, that's my stop because it's right on the way home. I'm thinking Chipotle.
That's a good.
I'm thinking
good bet.
Big old burrito the size of my thigh.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They took care of us here yesterday. We had Rosati's.
Okay, nice.
So I had a combo. You know what a combo is? I've never had a combo before.
No, what is it?
A combo is a beef with an Italian sausage underneath it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it was terrific.
That sounds awesome.
It was it was wonderful. Hoffman slides it forward. Thrown around by Marsh. Puck kept in at the near point by Golem. He goes down, and now Marcos again. Marcos one-on-one. Marcos quickly to his right. Tries to stuff it in the near post. Can't. Now he drags back to the near corner. Gets cut off by Hoffman. Still has the puck on his stick, though. Triple team behind the net and somehow managing to control, but then he finally loses it as Hoffman knocks it away from him. Ryder Larson throws the puck up and out, and Marsh has to wait. Finds Marcos. Hayward knocks it away from him. Hoffman.
And you know what? We thought might have been a very high-scoring game early on with that early goal.
Yeah, we're right back where we were, right, with every other game. Most
low-scoring defensive battle.
Yeah, most of those games, you'd see a goal at the end of the period or into the second. In this game, we saw a goal in the first about 90 seconds and nothing since, so still 1-0. Pocket picked there smartly by, I think that's Duffy. It was. Now Appel in on the backhand. There's a save made by Anderson. Tries to jam it. And Anderson makes the save. Ben Appel almost made it 2-0. 7:28 left, midway through the fourth and final game. Draw to the left here of Kai Anderson. He's got his arms out. I'm not sure what the question is. Dump deep, Bertholtz along the wall. Tierney. Jack Tierney for the Blues. Gets cut off by Klein right at the blue line. That's actually kept in the zone. LJ Gay sweeps it out into the middle of the attacking zone. And now right through the defense, all the way in, and we're tied at 1.
That was beautiful.
That was a gorgeous individual effort. It was trying to get the license plate. Was that 96? Wait for him to come out here. No, it was 86. It was Ryan Haspert going coast to coast, and he dekes Tommy Gay, making it 1-1.
And that might have been one of the most impressive stick handling plays that we've seen all day today.
Yeah, definitely one of the goals of the day right there. Coast to coast, Ryan Haspert makes it 1-1. Giveaway here, Camacho. His shot is sticked up in the air. Haspert now playing defense. Gets his stick in the way and deflects that up in the air. Duffy back to the point. Kept in. Blues have it. And player taken down, no penalty. Everybody was looking for that arm. Both the player who was taken down and the one who did the taking down, as that puck gets loose on Tommy Gay and it rolls in between the pads with 6:25 left in the period, 1-1.
And just based on the momentum that we've seen from this game, it's definitely got the earmarks of one that could go down to the wire, unlike some of the other ones that we saw get away at a certain point in the third.
Yeah, first game was 3-2. That was a back and forth battle between St. Jude and I've already forgotten who they played. Man, my brain is fried.
Yeah, they played the outdoor club.
Yeah, Winter Club. Yep.
Winter Club.
Yeah, so that was, then we had a back and forth game there. Then a couple of games that were, I would say decided probably prior to the final couple of minutes. But This one's shaping up to be a good one as it's 1-1. Cleared the length of the ice. That'll be icing as it goes underneath the stick of Ryder Larson. And a face-off back in the Bulldog zone with 6 and change left in period 2. Be Barry on the face-off for the Chicago Blues. Blues trying to win 2 championships in one day.
Would be an impressive feat for sure.
Bouncing puck through, the save is made by Gay. Got the right pad on it. That's cleared through. And now the Bulldogs come the other direction. 4 black jerseys back defensively though. Reedy into Marsh. Duffy now. Cross ice pass, Larson up to center ice, Reedy. Reedy cut off there by Ryan Walicki. Now Katzenstein shoveling it forward, trying to hit Logan Camacho. It's James Farley now out in front, the shot by Duffy and the right pad save made by Anderson, and this puck has scaled the length of the ice. And what? No icing. I'm not sure why that was an icing. The official must have said that went through the paint, but it was pretty clearly icing.
Did Gay come out of his crease?
He came out of his crease, but he didn't touch the puck. A giveaway, and Gay makes the save. 4:48 left in the second. I think you might be right. I think that might be the call. I think the official is saying that Gay came too far out of his crease. He had a conversation with him there after that whistle, but we got an offensive zone draw for the Blues. A little bit of momentum for the Chicago Blues as they tied the game here this period. Off the side of the net, Hoffman pops the water bottle and gives the Blues a 2-1 lead right up underneath the crossbar. Hayden Hoffman makes it 2-1. Giveaway in the defensive zone. Never a good thing, and Hoffman did not make a mistake, Matt. That went exactly where he wanted it to go.
No, and he's got the size advantage on everybody else on the ice here, as well as the fact that we've seen he's been able to get pretty tricky with his stick there, able to just elevate it a little bit and nothing but net.
So 2-1 Blues, they trailed 1-0 on 90 seconds in. Now Marcos will break in all alone. Marcos gets tugged. Marcos right back the other way. Goes 5-hole and it's 2-2.
And we're right back to our high-scoring pace like we talked about earlier.
I just got down off the chair. I literally just got back on the chair after changing the score, and I got to do it again. My old legs don't handle this very well.
We got to get you a little contraption so that you can just maneuver it while you're standing to change the score.
My kids are old enough. I can train one of my kids to come in here and have them work for free. Now right back the other way. Hoffman across the blue line. It's cut off along the half wall. Gets it back, tries to stick handle through Marsh and can't. Back to get it's Eric Berthold.
And you know, Aaron, because there was a limited amount of scoring, and then all of a sudden Hoffman bursts out with that goal. Do you think the high emotions kind of led to a little bit of a lax defensive approach for the Bulldogs?
I don't know. I've seen Marcos.
For the Blues?
I mean, I've watched him do this now for 5 periods. It's when he gets a little bit of space, he's just gone. He's that fast. Now the Bulldogs try to counterattack. That's a knockdown from behind. We're going to have a penalty called here. That's going to go on Eric Berthold for knocking down. I think that's Berthold, or is that going to be James? Try to see the number. Is that, what do we got?
It's like 93.
93. Yeah, that is Max Feichter, excuse me. Knocking down Duffy from behind. So a power play opportunity now for the Bulldogs. Bulldogs took a 1-0 lead. Next 2 goals were scored by the Blues. Bulldogs tied it up about 10 seconds after they fell behind, and now they got a power play. Marsh has it knocked away. Race for the puck here. Marsh sweeps it to Appel. Berry up the wall now. Marsh, stick handles. Marsh to his left, now into the attacking zone. Marsh turns, spins to the forehand, and he had Lachlan Duffy there, but he couldn't settle the puck down. Marcos, the bouncing puck, rolling in, and it scores! The bouncing puck, Lachlan Duffy picks it up and makes it 3-2.
And it looked like as the Blues were looking to pick up that puck, there was a little bit of miscommunication with the goalie there, and then all of a sudden, an extra Bulldog stick gets in there and finds the back of the net.
That was 1-0 about 4 minutes ago. It's 3-2. 3 minutes left in the period. Here comes LJ Gay. He'll dump and chase. He'll go after it with Farley. They get tangled up, and it's slung around the wall by number 76, Ryder Larson. Now Marsh has to wait. Gets across the blue line onside. Gay gets in the way and drives it over into the far corner. Larson just turns and hammers it the length of the ice, and that'll be an icing. Two minutes, 26 seconds.
And this is usually the part in the period where we will see whoever is trailing get a little bit more aggressive and try and look for some good opportunities to score. So let's look out for that from the Blues in the final 2 minutes here.
Trying to come right through the defense. The Blues do. Comes out the far side. Kept in at the point for the moment, but now out to the neutral zone. 2 minutes left. Second period. Klein gets pinned there by Brady. Now Farley gains the red line and dumps, but right onto the stick of Marsh. Marsh looking for Duffy, doesn't work. Tooley now for the Blues will dangle through some traffic. Now Anderson Host into the attacking zone, double teamed along the wall. Tooley has it knocked away, thrown towards the net. Comes out in the near corner, 90 seconds left in the period. That'll come all the way out, and I think that's gonna be another icing. It will be with 1 minute and 28 seconds left to go in the middle frame.
We've been seeing lots of spurts in this game one way or the other, and there was a period of defense being king, and now it's all about the quick scoring offense, and so we'll see what this brings to the third period.
We got 1 minute 25 left here in the seconds. Marsh up to Marcos. Marcos surrounded by a trio of blue jerseys. Gets a little bit free. Puck rolls too far out in front of him though, and now the Blues. Berry and Marsh come together. Luberta comes over to help. Now Appel. Golem backhands it to center ice. Marsh will dump it back in. Gressick with 51 seconds and just turns and ices it. Another offensive zone face-off for the Bulldogs with 46 seconds left in the second. Draw will come to the left of Kai Anderson. It'll be Appel. Back to the point, kept in by Wolicki. Ryan Wolicki pushes it towards the goal. Appel will get a chance, and he roofs it! Ben Appel, top corner, 35 seconds left. And the Bulldogs have scored 3 straight goals. It's 4-2.
And just an absolute beauty, kind of manifesting itself in a similar way that we'd seen other goals. A little bit of chaos, a little bit of commotion in front of the net, and then a wrister going high.
Those last-minute goals, Matt, we've talked about them. It's been all weekend long. There have been opportunities in the final minutes of most of these games, and many, many times you see a late period goal, and you get one here. That one hits the dasher and bounces in. Appel will go with Haspert into the corner.
And it'll be interesting to see how the Blues choose to attack. We saw this in the last game where the team trailing by 2 just wasn't able to get any pressure
anything
applied.
going, yeah. Hoffman sweeps it to himself in the corner with 10 seconds left. Tries to stick handle as it knocked away. Pitchforked out. Appel with 3 seconds, 2 seconds, throws it in on goal. Blocker to side as the horn sounds. So a wild second period. That was 1-0 when it started. It's 4-2 Bulldogs. 13 minutes to a championship for the Bulldogs coming up. .13 minutes left to play for a championship here for the Bulldogs. They were down 2-1 with about 5 minutes left in the period, scored 3 goals in the final 5 minutes, including a Ben Appel goal with about 35 seconds left. Now the Blues got to get moving offensively as they trail here in the third and potentially final period of this weekend of playoff and championship hockey here at Canlan, Romeoville. Marsh down the far side. Eludes the contact. Marsh is going to walk in all by himself, and he scores! Second time today for Alex Marsh. Coast to coast, it's 5-2.
Just a beautiful play manifesting there where he's able to slow it down, bring it back, and just use a little bit of his magic to get it past the goalie who seemed a little befuddled.
Two goals today, 1 yesterday. And now the Blues really have some work to do. I mentioned before the game started, the Bulldogs are the only #1 seed playing for a championship today. All of the other 3 divisions that we saw today, the #1 seed was knocked out prior to the championship game. So Bulldogs trying to buck that trend a little bit, be the best team in the regular season, best team in the playoffs.
And you know, the Blues have looked really good today, but the Bulldogs really showing why they're a #1 seed. They're playing a very complete game on both sides of the puck.
Well, that offense came to life over the last 6 minutes. They were down 2-1. Now Duffy stick handles.
And that's the momentum that we've been talking about all day, that these teams can catch and just ride.
Katzenstein drives the net. He's in the corner with the puck. Centers it out in front. Give away Duffy. Flips it towards the goal, and he scores! Through some traffic, Larson was blocking his goalie, and Duffy makes it 6-2. Wow!
And at this point, it seems like things are just kind of falling apart for the Blues, not having very good communication defensively, and then that leading to a self-inflicted screen.
Yeah, that is 5 goals in about the last 7 minutes of playtime for the Chicago Bulldogs. And all of a sudden, they're running away and hiding a little bit from the Blues. Mullen able to not get the puck out. It's kept in by the Blues. Collision there in the high slot. Espert digging forward for the Blues. Klein. Aspert near points. Looks like we're going to have a penalty called here on the Blues as well. So a little bit of insult to injury here for the Blues.
And you got to imagine that's just at this point frustration, fatigue, kind of.
Oh no, it's going to be Tooley. Tooley with the Blues. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's the same colors. And yesterday the Bulldogs were wearing their. No, they were wearing their whites yesterday. I don't know why I got that one wrong. The Bulldogs were wearing those same jerseys yesterday. At any rate, maybe power play for them.
I'm sure a lot of laundry detergent used over this weekend for these boys.
Oh yeah, I got to go home, wash the jerseys, get them unstinky so you can wear them the next day. Bulldogs win the faceoff. Duffy throws it towards the goal. Backhanded, nice right pad save by Anderson at the far post. Walicki now near point. Tries the pass on the back door for Camacho, but Eric Berthold is there to take the puck away, and now it'll come out to center ice. It's chopped back in by Maria Mullen. Marcos tries a little nutmeg, but the puck rolls too far away from him. Now Tierney gets a stick lifted by Marcos. Duffy will walk across the blue line with the puck. Stops the far circle, throws it opposite corner. Marcos now back to the point, Walicki. Walicki tries to go into the slot area, but that's played by Luberta. Kept in, though, by Walicki at the far point. Sweeps it towards the goal, catches Luberta in the shin pads. The two of them go up against the side wall. 2 white jerseys come over to help. Marcos will dig it out of the corner. Marcos now behind the net, comes out on the backhand, tries to go short side. Jamming the puck at the point, and it's in. It's another goal for Chase Marcos. He just kept digging away, and it broke through, and it's 7-2.
Yeah, and at that point, the Blues goalie just couldn't cover up the puck, and then all of a sudden, before he knew, a couple backhand attempts later, it's sitting in the back of the net. Making it 7-2
This came
now.
out of nowhere. This was 2-1. Blues with the lead with about 5 minutes left in the second period. And now we're going to go with a running clock with a 5-goal lead. Certainly didn't see that coming midway through the second period. A 5-goal lead in the third period, and that clock will run. The way this game started, you figured this would be another 1-goal game, but this Bulldogs offense has exploded over the last 10 or 12 minutes.
And it can be demoralizing, too, if you're the Blues to see you're putting in so much work defensively that one little mistake to be able to be exploited like the Bulldogs have been able to do, that can be the back-breaking thing that eventually seals your fate.
That's an icing, but, if you're the Bulldogs, you don't care. That clock is now running.
Yeah.
It's going to take, 20 seconds, 30 seconds for that puck to drop, and it's like when you're trying to run out the clock in football, right? It might be a 2-yard loss, but if you take 45 seconds off the clock, it doesn't matter.
When you've gotten to the end game part of the contest, that's all you're concerned about. Scored plenty already.
Oh, yes, they certainly have.
We're going to see this again.
Thrown the length of the ice, another icing, yeah. And Bulldogs are fine with it. So we'll have another face-off here to the right of Tommy Gay. Down under 8 minutes now. Yeah, the Bulldogs have killed a full minute, icing the puck twice.
It's been pretty effective for him so far.
Yep. Cleared back to the blue line, kept in though.
And it kind of seems like that's just the goal. They'll get the puck and then shoot it on down the other way.
And you got a big enough lead that you just be smart with it. You don't need any more offense, so don't do anything dumb with it. If there's any any confusion at all. Just get the puck out of your zone. Katzenstein this time skates it out, though. He's into the attacking zone. Cole Katzenstein goes down. And now the other way come the Blues, 1-on-3. Berry tries to cut in on Marsh, but Marsh does a good job taking the puck away. Now Haspert, Ryan Haspert will clear it in as we hit the 7-minute mark. Olivia Cordell up the far wall. Reedy runs into Tommy Gay, and no call. There's a couple players getting tied up. Appel to his right, across the red line, across the blue line, and just shovels it deep. 6:40 left. Reedy cross ice. Marsh is there first. He and Maragliotti come together, and now Appel. Appel across the blue line, whips it in on goal. They'll go for a change. Pass up through center. It's Haast. Haast near half wall. Taken away by Duffy. Duffy bangs it off the wall around. LG Gay now far half wall, and he will clear it out, and that's gonna be an icing. It will, as we're down under 6. And yeah, strategy here for the Bulldogs is simple. Just get the puck and get it out of your zone. Whatever that means, just get it out of your zone.
And you can see based on some of the body language from the from the Blues as well, they're just trying whatever they can to try and get it at the net there. And obviously a little bit of frustration now having this running clock in this championship game, but
yeah, it's a little bit of shell shock, I think, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because they were up 2-1, and this game was being played right down the middle. And I think that's really kind of what this is here for the Blues, is you give up 6 goals in the matter of, 8 to 10 minutes of hockey, and you don't even know how it happened, really. It just, you look up, and all of a sudden you're down huge.
Yeah, just more confused than anything, going from this being a hyper-competitive game to all of a sudden another goal.
That's another goal. That's going to be Maria Mullen from the point. Just gets through Kai Anderson. And I think that is the cherry on top. If you're a Bulldogs fan, it's 8-2.
Yeah, just at this point, the lack of concentration. Not a particularly competitive shot there from near the boards, but just able to kind of slip on past the goaltender.
That's a save if you're Kai Anderson. Obviously, you want that one back. That one just a puck that didn't leave the ice and just goes 5-hole. The Blues try to counterattack. Feichert's shot off the side of the net. Eichter now in the near corner. Taken by Duffy. Duffy will skate ahead with 4:07 left. Duffy with Klein on his left. He'll take it to his left, get knocked down, and it's going to be a penalty on the Blues.
Yeah,
Klein
just that collision right around the face-off circle there.
Yep.
Just running into the opposing player.
Yep, so the clock still runs with 3:45 left. We're going to get a couple guys going to the box, one for each side. LG Gay for the Bulldogs, and I didn't catch the license plate of the Blues skater that went in, but matching minors, so 5 to a side. Clock continues to run at 3:25, and yeah, this is surprising even to me, just watching how these two teams played for the first period and a half, to look up now a period later and see a 6-goal difference. This has been 7 goals from the Bulldogs in really the last period and about 2 minutes of play.
Yeah, I think this Bulldogs team really shows a lot about what it means to be a championship team here on Championship Sunday. Their communication's been good throughout the game. Their passes have been crisp.
Well, they also saw a crack and they went after it. They didn't sit back, and the offense has just been pretty remarkable here over the last period or so, as Marcos pins it along the back wall behind his net. He'll get away from the forecheck. Camacho is able to sweep it to center ice. Berry. Berta in his feet. And it's jabbed out. Berry into the offensive zone. Berry goes cross ice. Luberta up over the crossbar. Pretty feed by Berry. And Daniel Luberta just went a little too high. That deflected puck goes wide. Berry behind the net now. Tierney in the far corner. Back up the wall. Luberta keeps it in. Stick handles through. Luberta now Berry near dot. Berry through some traffic, and Tierney scores with 1:48 left. The Blues get one back. It's 8-3.
Yeah, pretty subdued celebration here for the Blues as they kind of realize their fate here in the final 1:30, but still a nice putback opportunity there for the Blues, and it just goes to show this was not a completely awful game for them. You look at the score and you think, wow, what went wrong?
Yeah.
It was really just a few minutes and a few exploited chances that the Bulldogs were able to take that really made the difference here.
And they're finishing strong. You know, you like to see that. You come back out in the final couple of minutes down by a bunch and just keep playing, right? You just keep playing the game, keep trying to get yours, as they say, as we approach the last 60 seconds. Aspert's being tied up with Katzenstein, and Katzenstein's going to go for a hook. Brady. And there's a whistle. And I think we're going to have matching penalties again. We are. Haspert and Katzenstein will both go to the box. Clock continues to run. We're down to 30 seconds. We'll probably get another face-off here, but that'll be that. And our championship Sunday will be over with the top seed Chicago Blues taking home the PeeWee White Tier 3 championship down under 20 seconds. Appel will just stick it against the wall with 14 seconds. We get a hit from behind there, a little unnecessary, but some frustration that I understand. Shot from the point, one more save made by Tommy Gay, and that will do it. The Chicago Bulldogs are your White Tier 3 PeeWee champions here on this championship Sunday from Canlan, Romeoville. A offensive explosion by the Bulldogs. They score 7 goals in the span of 12 on-ice minutes en route to an 8-3 win.
It's just a very overall impressive performance by this Bulldog squad, and you could tell that their chemistry playing together was great. They looked like the #1 seed out there, and I'm a little bit surprised by the score, but I'm not surprised by the outcome.
Bulldogs win, so we had 4 champions crowned here at Canlan. We're gonna hang out here. We're gonna let you watch the banner handout. Second place will be first, followed by the championship banner, and then we will call it from Canlan, Romeoville. He's Matt Donnelly. I'm Aaron Shellen. Thank you so much for joining us this weekend here on Stream Sports Midwest for the Central States Prospect Championships. We will see you next Sunday for Major and Minor.